And here we are, an hour early. So those of you who are here already live, fortunate enough to make it on time at the 6 p.m. start time instead of the normal 7, congratulations. You are most wise for doing this because you're about to be rewarded with enough gravy to drown a whale. It's going to be a big one tonight. And for everybody that couldn't make it an hour earlier, didn't know we had switched up the start time, it just had to happen, man, because these things have been going like 4 hours. Got to start a little earlier. And I'm sure you guys can just rewind back to the beginning and you'll hear me say this and it's redundant. But anyway, welcome everybody. Let me know who's here in the chat. We've got so much to cover. Last time in part 1 of our Loki season 1 episode 6 coverage, we managed to go, like I said, over 4 hours, and I made it through about 37 slides out of 90. And since then, I've had some time to refine my thoughts on this episode. It is just so full. It is overflowing. As Gabe was telling me off the air, we're on like a mystical treasure hunt here, and it's super rewarding. I think this might be the most fun way to teach symbolism that there is. So for me, it's a learning experience. It's a teaching experience. I get to pull together the threads of things I'm aware of and forge new links so that I'm able to recall them better in the future. This is fun. I'm really into this. So Gabe, anything that you want to say, opening up to the people or about our previous part that may have epiphanied into your dome since then?
Yes, big time. Yes, you're right. This is a wonderful way to learn. This is quite a fascinating modality to inspire and to enthuse and to draw out that hunger for things to know and to learn, and also uh, interpretive mechanistic tools. That's something I'm on to right in this episode. I have learned that there's a MacGuffin here in the plot, and that the MacGuffin, so often the MacGuffin is like just like silliness, seems benign, it doesn't. But I'm realizing that the MacGuffin is all has the symbolic attachment to other real world analog, uh, where the rubber meets the road in manipulating the psyche of the collective, the grand homunculus of us all. And I'll say it now, but we'll build into it. I believe I have a hypothesis uh, that I've already kind of tested. I know where this is going. It's a theory. It's a theory. It's not a hypothesis. It's matured. I think that his obsession with the ski-doos and the watercraft, I
Oh, you're
think
talking about
that is
Mobius.
Mobius. Thank you. Yes. I think that has a real world correspondence that attaches to Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. And that's an interesting theory on the surface, but once you plug in that that theory into the plot line, whole new doorways and the hands of the producers are completely exposed, and we are reading how the mechanics work behind this MacGuffin of the film. The strange fixation that this epicure number 7 personality, he has this fixation around the watercraft, the perfect balance between form and function. And if you plug into that fixation, if you plug in Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance, uh, things become hyperstitious. This is where it's no longer symbolic, it's no longer metaphoric, it's no longer the thing of fiction. This is where actual historical endeavors become go from fiction into nonfiction, and that is crucial. And they're using it very artistically and very craftily. But the reason that's important is because the author of that book had uh, a mind wipe. He literally he went crazy seeking after philosophy. He took it too far. He ended up giving up his own autonomy and getting checked into a psych ward, and they zapped him, and he lost his past personality. They gave him a new personality, and he had to give his old self a name. If we plug this recipe into Mobius's biography, Mobius becomes the author of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. His past self that got zapped, which we know is part of the plot line here, his past life that got zapped would be, if Mobius is a 7 personality, going disintegrating backwards in his process would be pointing to a number 1 reformer in the Enneagram. And what is the name of the alternate personality that the author lost? The name of his old personality is Phaedrus. Phaedrus is the number 1 speaker of the symposium. Phaedrus is the reformer, the perfectionist, the master of rhetoric, of the art of speechcraft, with the muse of polyhymnia. It is so amazing, the sophistication of this revelation for me, that the MacGuffin of the film is a touchstone. The Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance is a cultural touchstone that draws us back into the symposium yet again, and they are hailing only to those in the know that the Enneagram is the bedrock of social engineering. It always has been, always will be. And I'm just learning this now when I've been on this Enneagram project for almost a year. And they are laying out my work in front of my own eyes in this film, confirming that I am nailing it, bro. I'm nailing it. I got a huge pat on the ass from this film. This is great.
Yeah, you used the word hyperstitious. If I'm not mistaken, that's when the artifacts of your own beliefs become self-fulfilled in a prophetic sense and can happen in culture specifically. Culture can be part of that feedback circuit, right? And
Yes.
this work is
It's again.
huge for
Yes, it is amplifying and magnifying what they call for the individual, like, oh, you're having pareidolia, or oh, you're just having, you're on a little trip of your own. Well, when we get into these when these stories are baked into our culture for many generations, then the culture itself starts to have pareidolia, starts to see what it's being guided to see. So yeah, it's the thing that they accuse the individual of doing, but magnified by a mass of people.
well, cool. So what you're talking about though with Mobius and his previous identity, that's going to be on the table whenever we get around to the season 2 stuff. But I'm glad you brought it up that that's what's on your mind right now. You tend to run a little ahead of me on our decodes. That's totally fine. And I'm following your trail and picking up the things that you blaze past, maybe taking a little bit of a slower path, but you're grabbing the gems that are quick moving and hard to perceive unless you're moving at their speed. But you talked about this mechanism, mechanics. And actually, that's one of the things that I added to my slideshow today that wasn't there before, and is part of what makes me really glad that we're doing the part 2. So when we get there, you're going to know what I'm talking about. When I whip out the mechanics, you're going to know what I'm talking about. It's pretty cool. But let's jump in. Let's jump into the slideshow. Okay, so where we left off in the previous decode, we didn't get very far into the actual plot of the show, but we had a ton to say to set things up. So hopefully a lot of you were there for that, and we'll try to summarize where necessary to make sure that we're able to communicate to you what it is that we're talking about. But where we left off was with Sylvie and Loki receiving the temptation on the mount from the devil, so to speak, where they're given all kinds of options for being reinserted onto a fictional timeline, where the final hook that was baited for them was that you would be together on the timeline. 2 of the same person, 2 of you on the same timeline. And we quite profoundly identified that as the legal straw man. That's the main offer and temptation of the devil, is the false self. The way the Matrix works in society, the Matrix is the digital world, the paper sea. And we're talking about the Tower card a lot in this episode. It's the main major arcana for this episode. And as you can see in this little corner shot here, bottom left, these are the people that are falling out of the tower on the Tower card, and they are made of paper. They are origami people. So leaving off with that straw man metaphor, as that scene finished, very powerful metaphor. And the very next shot is of digital files being downloaded by Renslayer, the character Renslayer, as she's thumbing through physical files. So recall that Ren is the Egyptian word that refers to the name, especially the name that has power over somebody, like a layer of oneself, an extra identity. And that's what the straw man is. It's your digital twin. It's your paper twin. It's your 2-dimensional self. It is the mechanism through which the Saturnian forces, the Chronos forces, have agency over a human. They don't really. They have agency over the straw man, but that's the devil's trick, is to get people to identify with their straw man and thus believe that power over them by the external authority is real. So Ren Slayer, Ren meaning name, she kills people or controls people by their name. She's going through the files digitally and physically, totally connects to the previous scene where I'm talking about the straw man. The fact that we're going from that offer to be together on the timeline and then Sylvie saying it's fiction, because that's what the straw man is. It's legally defined as fiction, the corporate identity, the all caps name. And then the very next thing we see is files, digital and paper, and Renslayer going through them. Think about how file is an anagram for life. File and life. Same letters. It's, we're talking about the two U's are your living self and then your paper or your digital self. And
Yep. They're addressing you. They're dressing you up. They're putting a hue on you. This is the color of law, and this is why it costs you your humanity when you wear a cost hume. It's costing your humanity. So yeah, the color of law is in full effect when the paperwork is flashed, and also life files, but also feels. They're playing with your feels, and it's funny because that's one of my favorite visual puns is the files uh, pulling on your feelings, because it's a 6 to the 3 pun. I can actually see it in the Enneagram. People are thinking about their feelings, and so the feelings are hidden behind your thoughts. And that's what the visual pun is doing right there. It's totally, I can map this on an Enneagram. Like puns actually have placement and flavor relationship on the Enneagram. This is a 6 to 3 joke. It's great.
okay, so 6 to 3 joke. Next slide. Well, let's get it going. There we go. So then it's kind of faint maybe in the video here, but I do my best to brighten these images up. You see Renslayer looks down at her table and she sees a ring on her side table. This is from Mobius. And so we're being told it's a Mobius ring. And there's actually Mobius strip style wedding bands and rings. And that's why I put that image here, is because we're going through the process of the alchemical marriage in this episode. This is the culmination point of a trip up the tree, essentially. So we talked about the Tree of Life in the previous episode. We talked about how Sylvie and Loki represent Nutsack and Hod, the feeling side and victory, and the thinking side. The left side is Hod, and that also is also representative of the left-hand path. So these two characters are going up the Tree of Life. They're going to meet at the top and merge at the top, and that's the alchemical marriage. So this episode's about that. And of course, we're talking about Kronos in this episode as well, the TVA being controllers of time, and He Who Remains, who we have yet to actually talk much about. He's the Saturn Kronos character. And of course, rings are a huge symbol of Saturn and of marriage. So I wanted to point that out. And then Renslayer talks to her AI assistant, who's really more of her, what you call like handler, her AI handler. And she says, "This isn't what I asked for with the files." And Miss Minutes, the AI, says, "I know, but he thinks this will be more useful, but I'm downloading the files you need now. This is what I think you need. This is what the guy behind the curtain thinks you need. I don't know what this small gray box was supposed to be. Don't know why it disappeared." Okay, let me back up. PK in the chat, he says that I said nutsack. Well, nutsack is the sphere in Kabbalah that is known as victory. And you want to know why it sounds like nutsack? Because you have an instant victory if you kick the other guy in the nutsack.
Cheap shot. It's the shortcut.
Exactly. But anyway, this part here where the AI or the Google algorithm is deciding for you what you want to see, your customized search results, your echo chamber. I think echo is a theme in this episode. It comes up again. It's related to the myth of Narcissus. But this is indicative of the way that we may be steered toward a certain perspective by the digital realm while thinking it was our idea. So this is an example of how the straw man starts to come to life and starts to run the show, because you sit down at your search engine or you sit down at social media or whatever it is that you're engaging with the digital realm, and you think that it's you that's searching for whatever it is you're looking up. But what's actually happening is your straw man is searching for it. And your straw man has a digital record of everything that it's ever done. And that digital record is tied into the systems that are and the algorithms that are running that search. So really, it's not you that gets the search results back. It's your straw man that gets the search results back. And that means that it's not necessarily going to be a pure search that is just about what it is that you typed in. It's going to be about your history. It's going to be about what the thing thinks you want to see. And also it might be about what the thing wants you to see, or whoever programmed the thing, the guy behind the curtain. So this is a big reveal moment of how that all works. And it's important to point that out.
And, you know, something I've been having a hard time with Miss Minutes. Placing her on a tarot card. It's been it's been really tricky, and I'm not committing to anything just yet. She of course has to be Saturnian because of the time factor. The lust card, which is the Whore of Babel riding on the lion. She's holding a nut sack. She is a chokmah. She is a nipple lion. She's Napoleon victory. She has a hidden hand. Her nutsack hand in this strength card or lust card, the hand is hidden under the nutsack. So there is a hidden hand Napoleon correspondence here. And so the writing of history was done by the Napoleonic reset. So I'm seeing her as this lust card controller, number 8, domineering, but the number 8 in the Enneagram has a direct cord stringing to number 2, which is a High Priestess card. Now, hear me out. High Priestess is Hera in the Greek pantheon. Hera has white hands, white-armed Hera. So this clock has these gloves. And in a little bit, she's going to be playing that role of the High Priestess in a very interesting way. So the number 8 is controller, Saturnian, time, personality type with the shadow of lust. And we do find out eventually that Miss Minutes has a lusty shadow. I won't bring that up now. But then there's this thread going to the number 2 personality, which is the giver. And I think she's kind of playing both of these roles because right here she's giving, she's providing. She's like, let me get the files that you need. And so she is also in that she's like at the threshold as controlling the gates, the flow of information. So she is a number 2 giver personality type with the shadow of pride. So I just want to say that now. I've been really trying to place her, and it's difficult because I think she's both and. I think she's the lust card and the High Priestess card.
I actually would peg her at the world. The world is, okay. I'm pretty sure the world card is ruled by Saturn.
I see that too. Yeah, I could see that too. I think I give Renona the world card, but the world card has the microscopium and the telescopium, the military industrial complex implements are in the world card. So you're right there too. That's part of what but if we're looking in the star chart, these are not far away from Capricorn. You know, the telescopium, we're all in we're down south. We're extreme down south. I see what you're saying.
The world card has to do with the end of the line, when things are as good as they're going to be, self-regulation and maintenance. Back to that idea of maintaining. I think that's where I get the world for Miss Minutes. That and it's a feminine figure, and there's the circle imagery, all of that. I think that could work.
I dig it. And you know, one other thing is she blips. She can blip on her own. She has self-sovereignty. She can blip out. Well, the world card was the card that represented the return from the blip in the Marvel aspect. So there is that too. I dig it.
Good point. Okay, so we're talking. We've recognized that Kang, or He Who Remains, the he that Miss Minutes is referring to in terms of who's deciding what information she's going to see. That Kang is a god of the media or the digital and the paper realm. He's like the Pope, the paper sea. He's controlling the flow of information across time. So it's pretty fitting to note that the show designers have claimed inspiration in the design of their citadel at the end of time in this episode from Hearst Castle. William Randolph Hearst is the owner of Hearst Castle. He's the father of what they called yellow journalism. He's famously wealthy and rich for the monopolization of the entire newspaper industry and using his influence to profit by swaying public opinion, even starting wars. So the fact that he controls newspapers, right, is very much like the old-timey version of controlling the sacred timeline, because newspapers are a timeline. They literally are a timeline. They have a date on them. They're once a day. You get it. They're saying what's true about what happened, whether or not what actually happened reflects what's in the newspaper. The later people, all they have is that record of the newspaper. So it is a sacred timeline control. And if you look, this image from the film Citizen Kane, which is about Hearst, look at the big K. It's Citizen Kang. You see what I mean? And even look how they have his castle at the top of this like hill. All of this just feels completely dead on for what we see with the Citadel at the end of time. Not to mention,
Totally.
Hearst Castle took 28 years to build. He spent 28 years building it. That is the full cycle of Saturn. That's how long it takes Saturn to do a full circle. So it's definitely like he's a rules for me, not the character. He had like Hearst would, he had wine cellars. During Prohibition, he was providing booze at his big castle parties. Also, side note, because we're already on a side note looking at Hearst. Do you remember last time whenever I showed the megalithic Petra city at Jordan, the big castle carved straight out of the rock? Well, whenever I found the article where the show creators of Loki were talking about being inspired by Hearst, they also said that they were going for a Petra at Jordan vibe with the Citadel at the end of time. So I totally feel like I've got my finger on the pulse of this thing by already recognizing that before I found the article that said that. And then a side note, I wanted to point out in printing, because we're talking about imprinting. You guys have maybe heard of CMYK. That acronym stands, you might wonder, what's the K? Cyan, magenta, yellow, which is like blue, a bluish color, magenta, and yellow. They use those mixtures of those three colors. But the key is K. And K, the key is black. Black is the key, the black key. This is a black Kang we're talking about, the Black King, all of that. So I got to give thanks to wife Jennifer for putting me onto the article that has the Citizen Kane reference, and for coming up with the thought of like, what about CMYK? These weaves totally came out of us conversing. Appreciate that a lot. But yeah, the William Randolph Hearst aspect. He's a perfect he who remains character, sacred timeline manipulator character from history. So we know this has been going on. This whole show is almost like idol worship of the people at the tippity top of elite society that actually decide what history is. There's like a weird hero worship to it.
Yes. Another
they call
aspect
Citizen
here,
Kane the greatest film of all time. I just want to point that out. Like I was a film minor, so I took a lot of film classes. Literally, they hold that up as like the greatest film of all time. There's so many reveals in it.
right? Yes, it is. It's a cornerstone. It's a cultural touchstone. It's totally all there. And we mentioned this before in the last one, but I just want to remind people about all the race baiting and all of the trigger potentials that are going to culminate when they reveal the big bad guy. He needs to be like the quintessence of all things that make everybody uncomfortable, as much as humanly possible, including, and it's not exclusively, but I think the most important ingredient is the George Floyd factor. And what George Floyd happened at the peak of the summer, like we were going through Taurus is the earth element, so you're climbing the mountain, you're going higher and higher above Taurus, and you're going to hit Gemini. And when you're at Gemini, you're at that peak, and that's the time of year when, in the heat of the summer, when the spell was disseminated onto Gemini soda. And so this
Can you
aspect of, oh, now we got to go ahead.
can you return to the George Floyd weave in a little bit?
Yes, yes, but
Oh,
I want to remind people that while in space, in the star charts, we're down in Aquarius. We're about to hit the Pegasus aspect. But the trigger they're drawing upon was a peak of the summer, top of the mountain, climb up to Gemini Soda for the big reveal. So I just wanted to keep people in the star chart, but separately from the time that they're triggering back to in this hail.
okay, cool. So that makes sense. I'm just wanted to make sure we're flowing in sensible order, and there'll be shortly a good moment to talk more about the George Floyd side of all this. Uh, Continuing onward, we're talking about the inspirations behind this set. So the next room that they enter, this is a photo that's of the set, not from the actual show. You know, so this is pre all of the dark, smoky effects and whatnot that they put on things. But this is the room they're about to enter. And if you see on the floor here, the floor is really interesting. It's like this moon progression, but multiple moon cycles measured out. Not sure. It's like wheels within wheels. I don't know if it has deeper significance or if they're just trying to make it look cool. It's like a magic circle. There's a Mercury glyph down here.
What am I always saying about the quadrivium?
What are you always saying about it?
They lost the fourth pillar.
Oh yeah, wait
The
till we
fourth
talk about
pillar,
what that fourth pillar is.
it's right here on the ground. They've lost astrology. They can't go back. You can't talk like you know what the Greeks were talking about and forget about astrology. It's a guard for academia. They can't entertain astrology, so therefore they can't get into the Greek mind. It's completely shielded off because they don't know the stars, because the fourth pillar is collapsed. So they're on a 3x3. They're on a trivium. They've got the trivium and they've got a broken quadrivium. So they're on the 33. They don't get the 3 and the 4. They can't build a full house.
Nice weaves. Okay. Didn't even think about the fourth pillar of the quadrivium, but it's so right in your face here. Astrology is the last part component of the quadrivium and what is not taught anymore. And all over the floor are these astrological symbols, and wow. And not to mention
Yeah, man.
this.
We be casting pearls before angels up in here.
Okay, so on the floor, there's this phrase in Latin, omnia tempus inem semper, which the showrunners claim it's supposed to be the Latin version of the name of this episode and the TVA motto, for all time, always. But what it actually says is everything is always in time. It's not the same. It's not a direct one-to-one translation. And can't help but think that must be a nod
Damn.
to what you're talking about with the astrology, the missing fourth pillar of the quadrivium. That you can take the pillar away, but you can't take the time away. It's still going to be a thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is so profound. Okay. It also has to do with claiming that birth date, the false Apollonian sun worshiping birth date that is a mask. It's a false facade. Um, oh my gosh. All right. I'm gonna be super vague, but Lucifer started the rebellion in heaven by asking his fellow angels dangerous questions like, do you remember being born? Do you remember when you were made? And they're like, no, we just go along. We just go with what everybody else does. Well, no, but if you don't remember being created, then you're not complete. You're not the angel you thought you were. And they start to question themselves. It's a one-to-one correspondence to the placenta, to the missing 9 months in the womb. And now you look at what is going on around pro-life, pro-choice, pro this, pro that, and we are looking at the battle in heaven down here repeating itself yet again. This claiming of the 9 months is going to topple all of society. It is a Luciferian rebellion, and it's okay to use these stories. They're just stories. They just tell us how it's happened before it's going to happen again. And just think about Milton's Paradise Lost, where I learned this, was launched in 1667, the year after the birth certificates started. These are crucial truisms. But yeah, Lucifer got the angels in a tizzy because they didn't remember the 9 months. They stopped considering the true source. It was occulted. And this is the seed of Sophia that pops off revolutions over and over.
I also think that another aspect of the symbolism, especially because if we are going to interpret it with the lens of time and astrology that's being offered here directly by the image, is the world ages in the Hindu mythology. So in the first age of humanity, the beginning, Satyuga, everything is perfect truth. Everybody is a Buddha, essentially. Everyone's in their child consciousness. It's the childhood of the entire universe. So everything's in perfect balance in the Satyuga. And then the metaphor is that it's like a table with 4 legs, or a cow standing on 4 legs is another way it's described. I don't know if it's the cow in Hindu or if that's a different system where they describe it that way, but obviously it's part of the world age doctrine that is sprinkled into all the systems in one way or another. The second age is when a leg falls off of the cow or of the table, the Treta Yuga, because it's 3. So in that age, people are still relatively wise and enlightened and balanced, but they don't have certainty. And I think that maybe what we're being shown here is that Kang, he who remains, created this system, created this entire, control mechanism in the Treta Yuga when there were 3 legs. That could be the case. Maybe he came out of the Sat Yuga, and as he entered the Treta Yuga and he saw how things were going to start falling apart, he's like, all right, I got to regulate it because pretty soon we're going to be in the Dwapar Yuga and then the Kali Yuga. And I think that this episode, and I'll explain it more later, but I think that the alchemical marriage at the end of this episode is the represents the beginning of the end of the Kali Yuga and the transitionary period culminating at the finale of season 2, entering the golden age or the Sat Yuga again, or at least for Loki, for the main character who this is all about. So yeah, man, there's lots of gold to mine out of this show, man. This is just one image, so much to say. But wait, there's more. So the statues are of the timekeepers. We talked about the timekeepers in previous episodes, and the 3 timekeeper statues. Why is there a 4th missing statue? Does that imply that there was a 4th timekeeper? And in fact, there was. In the comics, there is a missing 4th timekeeper, and he was the Oracle of Siwa. Siwa is an oasis town in Egypt. And in ancient days, it was famous for the Oracle of Amun, or Amun, aka Zeus or Jupiter Amun. Amun, as you see here on the left, pictured on the left, he was referred to as the Hidden One. And notice there's one missing statue, so I'm gonna guess that the Hidden One is Amun. Also, we gotta keep in mind that when you hear Siwa, Siwa. I should have put the letters up on the slide. Siwa, where the Oracle of Aman was located, is the same word as Shiva. S can become SH, W can become V. Shiva. Did you notice that Amun or Aman? I'm saying Amun, but it's actually, even though it's spelled Amun, it's pronounced Aman. So he's got blue skin and he's located in a place called Shiva. Well, all right. I'm pretty sure we're talking about Shiva. I think there's enough reason to believe we're talking about Shiva, especially like in Shaivism, a branch or denomination, if you will, of Hinduism. Shiva is the supreme being, not Brahma. They have a different trinity, a whole different system. And
Right.
Aman has his own trinity as well. It's Aman and Mut or Ma'at and Kansu. The father, the mother, and the child. They're the Theban triad, as it's called. Don't forget
Nice.
that Egyptian Thebes was the capital of Phoenicia, of the Phoenicians at one point in history. And if the Thebans are the ones who have kept the worship of Aman, it stands to reason that it's probably them who brought it from India or took it to India. But there's absolutely tons more evidence of, I think it seems more likely to me that the Indians colonized Egypt, but it went one way or another. It's the same system. So the point being of all this is that he who remains, the final boss, the hidden one, he's Jupiter Aman or Shiva. And that's what I took out of this missing pillar. So this is why it takes so long to research this stuff, because just like one missing pillar, we got to talk about that for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
So the first thing that comes to mind with the Shiva is, of course, the Chiba, which means goat. Capricorn is the sea goat, the water goat. Also, this winter aspect is like the cold, so the blue is going to be intrinsic. Some people believe that like the Analima is like the inhale and the exhale of the solar cycle. And so right now we're also on the extreme exhale, the extreme exhalation. So there's going to be like a holding your breath in anticipation as we're about to see the big reveal at this moment. And then I love how Shiva's sitting on a tiger here. Chance, I'm starting to see tigers, and every time my first synchronous thought is integration. I see tigers and I think about integration, integrating your fear.
I'm getting all distracted by this awesome weave that Dylan just dropped into the. Welcome, Dylan. You just dropped this into our chat. The Tomb of the Blue Demons, ancient Etrurian. This is wild. I'm just going to show an image from this. I got to look into this more. But hey, there's some syncretism for you. It's a tomb. It's an Ophiuchus figure holding a serpent in both hands. It's a blue guy. It's a psychopomp vibe. There you go. Man, well done.
Cool.
Thanks for showing us this, Dylan. I got to look into this more. I'm going to bookmark that. Tomb of the Blue Demons. Totally
nice.
Likely to predate what we know of as Shiva and Aman. Very, very possibly.
Yeah, buddy. Yep.
Good stuff.
Another aspect of the high priest that will probably come up as we go, but they have that Tyranian purple dye, which is harnessed from the murex seashell, which is very labor intensive. Again, I think that Karl Marx was wearing the Phoenician call signs, but it's not just purple. The murex seashell also makes royal blue. So when we talk about these royal purples, it just takes another second to include the royal blue is also part of that high priest. Only the elites of the elites can hail themselves in these royal dyes. But I think it's also the ink. The word king is an anagram for ink. So to control the ink is to be the king. of who is even going to tell the story.
All right, man. Somebody in the chat's like, why does he never give Slick the proper respect? I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe it's because sometimes you drop like a badass weave and then I'm just like, okay, moving on. But it's not out of lack of respect. It's out of lack of time.
Yeah, my weaves go way lateral, almost uniformly lateral.
Yeah, sometimes I just am not, I don't have enough to comment on to say something. So I just move us forward. But hey, we all love your lateral movement. It's healthy. It's good for our mind. Okay, so we're in this room. We've established that the missing pillar is Amon. And what happens next? Well, boom, a secret door opens. A hidden door. He appears behind a hidden door. So I guess he must be the hidden one. He must be Amon. And now, as you see, I put Kanye here next to him because the first thing we see of him, he's in this pose. And well,
I was
one of the
not ready for this.
This can be where you talk about, if you want, or maybe the next slide can be when you talk about George Floyd. But okay, one of the things to back up a little bit, we brought this up in the previous episode. We're looking for ideas that syncretize with the number 80 because 80 is the number of the letter Pey. Pey is the letter that's on the tower card, and the tower is what we're talking about with this episode overall. And here is Kang. One of the words that equals 80 in Hebrew is Sod Yod, the secret of Yod. And I know that in Kabbalism, the secret of Yod is not what I'm about to say. But one of the secrets of Yod, in my opinion, is that the letter Y can be the letter G. And I'm using Kang, Cain, Kanye as an example here. On the left, what I'm circling with my mouse, this is the Greek gamma in lowercase, and it looks like a Y. See what I'm doing here? So Kany, Kanye. Someone already said it. You stole my joke. Priscilla, she says, we was Kangs. This is what you're talking about, Gabe, with the, intentional triggering that, first of all, Kang in the comics was never a black fella. All right. That's an invention or a casting choice. Fine. No big deal. But how could they not know? I'm sure they did know when they made this casting choice. Somebody knew. Somebody said something to somebody about it. That there is a very popular category of memes that is, I guess, making fun of like black truthers and the America was ancient Egypt thing. And anyway, the meme is we was Kangs, referring to the belief amongst a lot of black truthers that in the past, the black-skinned race was in charge. They were at the top or something along those lines. And so they're making fun of that with this we was Kangs. And now we have the guy who's at the top. He's the king of the universe, essentially. And his name is Kang, and he's a black guy. Somebody is having a joke at people's expense with this casting choice, in my opinion. It's not an innocent, man. It's not a diversity hire that is innocent. It's insidious, I think.
I agree, man. This is huge. This could take a long time to unpack. I just want to appreciate everybody's patience with how long it takes to unpack these things, because that's part of the magic. Is a Denkroomverlust, is loss of thinking space. And when they put months and months and months of storyboarding and planning, and they just reduce it down to 30, 40, 60 minutes of footage on a single hyper sigil of a character, I appreciate everybody's patience with us unpacking the meaning that was storyboarded for months into this choice, into this decision, this reveal. I have some research I'd love to share. I'll come back to it around Kanye, because Chance, you just exploded a side door reality that's been waiting to be dropped on everybody. and I didn't even see it coming. I was not ready for you to do this, but Kanye's name is Skynet. There's is just a couple letters off from Skynet. Kanye West, I'm sorry, Kanye West is has all the pieces of Skynet in it. And that didn't make any sense to me before. I was like, what's the big deal? Okay, yeah, okay, Skynet's coming along, Kanye's coming along. Why are they running parallel? This is the touch point. This is the touch point where Kanye and Skynet meet in the realm of forms, where they just dressed up this king, this future king, with the all-seeing eye Skynet a spell that was waiting in the wings of Kanye all along. Also, Quest is a fool card. It's an initiation. It's a Rider Waite fool card, really. It's not a Thoth deck fool card nod. His name, K West, Quest. I was not expecting you to go here, Chance, but you bingoed it, buddy. Because
Well, there's a K West
also,
in this episode even referred to.
is there a K West?
Yeah, yeah, and there's also like a cicada-esque intelligence operation masquerading as some kind of indie project video game called Kanye Quest, about Kanye West going into the future and like time traveling, going into the future and having to like fight other rappers who've sold out to the devil or something. And there's like
Wow.
there's secrets embedded in that game with really weird alternate reality puzzles. I say alternate
Uh-huh.
reality, like ARG, alternate reality game, where the contents and the puzzles in that game, in the secret rooms that are not meant to be found by your average player in a rare indie game, end up having to be solved outside of the game, and people putting their heads together doing cipher work and all that. So the
Oh,
Kanye Quest that you're talking about, this is a touchstone. There's like a Skynet to it. It could be one of those things where they're like testing AI's capacity to lead people down a garden path, wild goose chase
wow.
people. And why that's important is because they've said many times, like Elon and all that have said, AI is summoning the demon, right? And what I know about entity attachment, possession, interaction from my study of the paranormal is that typically you know that you're dealing with some kind of demonic entity when it leads you, when it acts like it's your friend or acts like it's helping you, and it leads you on a wild goose chase just to see if it can get you to do what it says. And people end up traveling all around the world following synchronicities, dark synchronicities that have no real spiritual attunement, and they spend all their life savings, they spend all their time, they go crazy, feed this entity by continually doing what it says. And I think back to what I was talking about with Miss Minutes and how the straw man takes on a life of its own whenever you engage with the digital realm through it as the interface, thinking that it's you doing it. The wild goose chase aspect of this entire series, I think, is part and parcel, because the second season, now that he goes on the quest in season 2. He was not on the quest yet. He was on someone else's quest. Now he's on his own quest in the second season. Anyway, there's a lot to what you said with bringing up K
Yeah.
West.
Okay, I got some more. I got some more. This is going to take a minute, folks. You really blew my mind, Chance. Okay, BLM. Okay, just hold that thought. BLM is both Bureau of Land Management, Black Lives Matter as well. They were playing those two sigils off of each other, and they did it very craftily in the heyday, when it was still a hot buzzword. But hold on, I want to bring people a long way around to exactly where I want to go. It was bothering me forever that Donkey Kong is telling the youth to look at this monkey and call it a donkey. And so there's a cognitive dissonance of telling us to say something, to lie, uh, as to what our own eyes are seeing. We're making our eyes into liars by calling this monkey a donkey. And I've made jokes about it, and it's all fun and games. But about a month ago, it dawns on me that D is 4, and M is 1 3 that reduces to a 4. So it becomes Monkey Kong, in which case the keystone to the joke for my whole life took me this long to integrate gematria to uncode and see the truth that I was speaking a truth, but only through a gematrological lens. Does the monkey become a monkey because I use the gematria of M equals D, D, M, and V, DMV. That's a very significant keystone rite of passage location, Department of Motor Vehicles. Same thing is going on here with BLM. We can do the same thing, and we can turn BLM into BLD, Blade. Blade was the black vampire slayer, badass black man. And guess what? Spikes, Wesley Wesley Snipes, he was strung up for tax evasion because he was into this We Was Kangs movement. He was into the sovereignty movement. And now this does go very lateral on a whole important conversation about conspiracy culture is just picking up what the Black Panthers set out generations ago. We are late to this party. It has been well beta tested and developed and harnessed a long time ago. We're late to this party. And so the reason this is important is because, again, Cain, this character, all of his archetypes are exactly fused into this Aquarian Black Panther character that they killed with Chad Aaron Boseman. So this is literally Chad Aaron Boseman just resurrected, dressed up again to look like George Floyd and Kanye West, this Black King coming on the horizon, and then they serve him up hot. It is so fascinating, and there's so much race baiting going on with this. It blows my mind. But again, remember the white fragility aspect of we're in the winter with the tower. Chance, the word the tower is our teeth. Our teeth is an anagram that comes out of the tower. Remember the curb stomp spell with put your teeth on this curb, and that's literally what's going on in the imagery of the tower card. There's a character with their teeth on a big stone tower, whatever, touchstone, I guess. But isn't that crazy that the teeth become the vulnerability? In which case, I want to say this: Slick Dissident only believes in two races. Slick Dissident believes in man and woman. That's the only race that matters. That's the only race relations we should be worrying about. And if you put your time and your energy into that relationship, it'll serve you well. I only believe in two races up in here. So when I talk about white fragility, I'm talking about all y'all motherfuckers. I'm talking about your eyeballs. I'm talking about don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes. Well, who is more fragile than somebody who's going like this? This is the teachable moment when my eyes are open, when we're getting it on in the bedroom and my eyes go like this. This is the teachable moment. This is fragility. This is vulnerability.
And remember, victory is nutsack. The nutsack is where the white stuff is at. It's white and it's fragile. You kick someone in the nutsack, you have instant victory.
Yes. So I think a great amount of libido is hidden under the snow. They've hidden it under the snow because the snow is the last season of our life, and we're all fighting the white. Is the white coming in? Is my beard turning white? We're all worried about turning white because that is fragility, that is frailty, that is the winter season of life. And we just saw a bunch of our elders cross over. We just transitioned tons of our elders in the winter season of their life, and they put the trigger for this film in the winter season of the heavens of our mind. And so this white fragility spell, it just keeps on giving. It's the gift that keeps on giving. I've converted whatever nefariousness they wanted to put in that phrase, and I've turned it to serve me. Now the word serves me because I only believe in two races. Nice try, suckers.
That was a phenomenal weave, and I got a good segue off of it because my next slide, speaking of race relations, is Did you guys know Jonathan Majors, who plays He Who Remains and Kang, was just in trial yesterday in a very, very public and publicized trial for domestic violence charges? Okay, so they were handing him a bunch of charges, including strangulation and like a lot of levels of assault. And the headlines go blasting out all across the internet. Jonathan Majors, assault, strangled his girlfriend, beat her within an inch of her life. These are the charges. These are the charges. He's bad man. And right before the opening statements of the trial, the DA drops 4 of the charges, including the heavy duty ones like strangulation. But you can't go, as this tweeter said, this tweet says, you can't rewind time and change those headlines. It's timeline management, timeline manipulation. Now everyone that saw that he did that stuff is going to think that he is that type of guy, that he's a wife or woman beater, etc. Now, that being said, I am not defending Jonathan Majors. For all we know, he is an absolute crazy guy. I think that it's very likely. Granted that he plays the unhinged character of He Who Remains a little too well. Like, I kind of buy that he might just go off. The story that in the trial yesterday that his ex-girlfriend gives is that she picked up his phone because she saw a text come in from another woman about wanting him to kiss her or something like that. She saw it, she gets all emotional, and she claims that he while taking the phone away from her, bent back her arm and her wrist in a way that caused her a lot of pain and distress and injury. And then, they dig up all kinds of other stories from her about his, it's a Me Too story, right? It's kind of a Me Too story. But she testified that whenever he would get upset, he would threaten suicide, which that is a classic, like, unhinged narcissist move. That you're not getting what you want, I'll just kill myself then. So I actually could believe it. There's this website, Brainy Quote, where you just can get random quotes from places around the internet where somebody's been interviewed or their name pops up. And there's a lot of quotes like this from Jonathan Majors. There's a point in everybody's life where you either learn to handle things or you get handled. So I could see it that he was abusive. I could also see it that this is some kind of a punishment, that he's not following what they wanted him to do in Hollywood, or there's some blackmail thing that he wouldn't vibe with. Behind the scenes with all these actors, that there are collars and shackles on them that we don't know about in the realm of blackmail and in the realm of mind control. And I think a lot of these type of circuses, they get heavy media publication or are like punishments of a kind, because they drop the charges, but he still received the punishment of the publicity. And who knows, maybe it's just about creating some kind of racial tension. It's unfair that he's being charged with these things because he's black, so we're supposed to believe the system is racist and yada yada. It's probably it's probably some of all of these columns, right? He's probably unhinged. Yeah. There's probably a punishment. It's probably obscuring some other story that we would want to think about, but now these headlines take precedence, et cetera, et cetera. But I couldn't help but laugh. The DA in the case, in the opening statements, called him a supervillain of a boyfriend. So they're bringing the identity of his Kang alter ego into the courtroom. Okay.
Yes, this is the Smith Modernization Act. They have to stitch reality and fiction back and forth. And this is seeding you for false memory syndrome in no time. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's all I had to say about this slide.
Okay, I want to point out he's got the notice his notebook has the Ukraine trigger colors right there in this picture is the blue and the yellow hidden in his file, in his fields. In the fields, we have this trigger that is going to spark the world war, the blue and the yellow there. Also, we're in Sagittarius right now. Sagittarius is shooting. My Sagittarius is shooting back over himself. He's a horseman, And some people have him shooting forward, but I set mine up in a very specific way so he's shooting backwards because he has hindsight. Um, this is Scythian archery. Scythian uh, mentality is ride well and shoot straight, but they are shooting backwards while on retreat. This goes back to Plato's Republic and Xenophon. But um, so right now, for this event to happen, as the plot of the story has been disseminated, everybody's finished the Loki series. Now it's in hindsight. We look backwards, and this hits us like a target. This is very fascinating timing. And then Magi, we're in Sagittarius, the sage of the Magi. He's Majors is his name. And then also, Biden's dog has been in the headlines quite a bit for the past couple of years for biting people, and his dog's name is Commander. And so the dog is actually Biden was caught kicking Commander on film, and it was tricky. There was a leash around Biden's feet, so he did have to kick the dog to not fall over. But they caught it on camera. It was a big to do. So we got a commander getting kicked by the commander in chief, and then here's Majors doing domestic violence. And so these are things that were all triggers from being locked up in the house. You know, I'm just saying these are all like going to hail for each individual back to the lockdowns in various ways. But just neat that his name is Majors, and we're in Sagittarius for the Sage and the Magi card to line up there.
Yeah, I had to bring up Jonathan Majors' life outside of being Kang because there was so much like scuttlebutt about this. Just
That was just
less
yesterday?
than a month ago. This trial was yesterday. So the charges were brought up, I don't know, a month, 2 months ago, maybe a little longer. And for all that time, everyone's just been like, cancel Jonathan Majors, cancel Jonathan Majors, hashtag me too. And there's all these articles like Inside Marvel's Jonathan Majors problem, crisis at Marvel, and all the different reshoots that they're like talking about doing. They even fire a screenwriter over the necessity to rework all of the content they have planned in the future that was going to involve this guy. And then the day of the trial, right before opening statements, they dropped 4 of the charges. So there's like some weird politics behind this. I don't know what it is, but if you ask me, I would say if you ask me what's going to happen, this guy is still going to play Kang. It's still going to be like the Thanos of the coming cycle of films, and all this stuff that we've seen was really smoke and mirrors for something else that was being done behind the scenes, and I don't know what that something else is.
Well, I'll just say it now while it's fresh on the headlines. Dropping 4 of the charges, that corresponds to his character arc. He's a number 1 personality type when we find him. But then when we go into flashbacks of his other self, his past self, it's retrogressive in per exactly how the Enneagram plays out. Disintegrating the 1 falls down to the 4. And that's the Kabbalistic 4 reduces into a 1 relationship. But he is the 10 fortune card with the Murex purple in his intro, also the star card in his intro. But when we find his old personality, I think he becomes the death card. Chance from the Thoth deck. You know how in this back in the past personality, he has that weird haircut. You know, the afro with the divot. The divot in his afro corresponds to the helmet of Pluto that the death card is wearing. It's literally that divot is required for his big black hair to look that way, because eventually he's going to play into the death card later on in the arc. Actually, next season he becomes the death card. But it's cool because that's the 1 to the 4 relationship. And what you just said about dropping 4 charges, that plays into the spell numerologically as far as his character on the Enneagram. I'm just picking up on the sinks. I don't know if there's a there, but that's what I'm hearing.
I'm going to move us past this point. Realize we're kind of lingering on it. It's definitely there. But speaking of the future of Jonathan Majors playing Kang, If you recall, Ant-Man and Quantum Mania, which we have not covered specifically. There's a post-credit scene. It's one of the newer Marvel films where you see Kang and a bunch of his variants get together. And I'm showing you the one on the left as a Kang variant who basically is the Egyptian Min, the god Min, I think, which is also Min is syncretizable with Amon, Zeus Amon. But go one slide forward though. Yesterday we talked a lot about, or Monday, we talked a lot about the fortress crown, how Kronos and his wife Rhea both wear the fortress crown. They're the god and goddess of fortresses. It's a key marker of this system when you see that. On the left, this is a bodhisattva statue, ancient bodhisattva statue of Buddhism with what appears to me to be a fortress crown. On the right, you have Pluto Serapis with the fortress crown. And right here in the middle, you have the top Kang, the Kang of the Kangs. He's called Immortus, something like that. And that's a goddamn fortress on his head, guys. That's literally a fortress crown. I don't know what to tell you other than I told you. I told you.
So blatant. And then also, my whole thing is that he is the fortune card. So there's the fort again. And the fort collapses to the 10, the 4 into the 10, the 14 of the 4, Kabbalistically, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 becomes 10, which becomes the 1. So 410, fortune, all that. And then I think that's another one of the Phoenician nods and winks. The Phoenicians wear their identity externally. They're like so proud. They want you to see them coming, but they also want their fellow brothers to see the call signs. So 14 and the 4 into the 10 of the fortune card. It's all right there.
It's all right there. You've also got you're calling him the fortune card. Well, there's the wheel right on his chest. There it is. And it's a solar disc as well. And it's obviously sun symbolism. Clearly sun symbolism. And there's a pharaoh version of him over here. Pharaoh, we talked about this in episode 5. Pharaoh referring to light. It's a solar word as well. So I was pretty stoked. I couldn't believe that I forgot about this. I'm glad we did this 2-parter so that I could bring this into my slideshow because, dude, that's a fortress crown. Look into it. So to talk more about Kang, or He Who Remains, the elevator pops open. There he is, the hidden one. And let's talk a little bit more about why he's black and holding an apple. So we talked last time about the symbols on the tower card, the serpent, the lion-headed serpent, and the dove. Now those represented the 2 kinds of love, the dove being the passive love and the lion-headed serpent being the active love. And we learned this from Dylan, but dove, D-U-V or D-U-B, it means black. Dove, D-U-V, is also an anagram for Tav, being the D and T interchange. Tav, we've connected that to the TVA a whole lot. It's this is the black sun. Krishna also means black. Black is the color of Saturn in alchemy, referred to as sable by, I think, Fulcanelli. His name is Kang. We already talked about the "We was Kangs" meme. But back to so the dove side of him is the blackness. That's the Saturnian, the dove, black, all of that. But the apple is a little more, it's pretty on the nose. Obviously, that the serpent, we're talking about the serpent, it offers the apple of gnosis to Adam and Eve, which is literally what Kang is doing here. If we consider Loki and Sylvie to be Adam and Eve, here he's showing up with the apple, offering them the gnosis. But the maybe less obvious thing about the apple is that if you recall, we're talking about the letter Pey in this episode quite a lot. P, F, PH, all the same thing. So apple, if you do the P as a PH, is AF-L or Ophi-L. Ophel. It's the serpent, Oph, off of El, God, right? That's part of the like the etymological, philological syncretism wrapped up in the Genesis story with the apple is that the idea of the serpent of God is wrapped up in the very word apple. So they've reached the end of time, which is also the beginning. So in a sense, they are in the garden again in this episode. This is them returning to the garden. That's why I'm conjecturing that it's the end of the Iron Age and the beginning of they're entering into the transition to the Golden Age, back into the garden, all of that, or what follows the expulsion from the garden. You can look at the garden as being like outside of the time. It's not the Golden Age. It's not any of the other ages. It's this other thing, this sort of pre-time perfection moment. What we're about to do next too is he's going to take them in the elevator up to his office. He lives in his office. The Ophius. Serpent is Ophi in Greek. And then in the last episode in the chat, Dylan pointed out that in the word time in Greek, which is spelled the way we would spell time, means high office. So he's Kronos, he's time, and he lives in the high office, time. So there's all these juicy syncretic things that happen between languages whenever you start to look at through a lens of more than one language. It's great. What I've really understood out of this series that I will take with me going forward is that the devil is at the top of the tower card. And why that matters is because it's like I mentioned with Jung in the previous episode that the Christian dogma basically does not properly explain evil or the devil. And the Gnostic understanding, not the Gnostic like pop culture Gnosticism that gets confused and all that, and the world is a prison, blah, blah, blah. But like the real gnosis is that not that the Christian God is the devil, but that it's the God is the devil and God simultaneously. It's not like oh, we got our guys mixed up. The guy we thought was the good guy is actually the bad guy. No, you're still in confusion. the supreme being is both sides of it at the same time, or you could even look at it like it's not really that God is the devil, but that God is the author of all things, including evil. And if you really wanted to get into like a more philosophical bent with it, you could say that God or Jehovah is existence, all existence. And so the opposer or adversary to existence is non-existence. Back to that Abraxas idea, which means it doesn't exist. The devil doesn't exist. But that which we think of as the devil or as such is at the top of the tower is God. He's writing the Divine Comedy and Tragedy. He's authoring evil, but what humanity often fails to comprehend is that evil always serves good. So there, in the long run, when everything comes back around, there never was any evil to begin with. There was just temporal evil, temporary evil. It's temporal, which is why Kronos, who is time, is associated with evil, and the devil is associated with evil and time, etc., etc. So we're going up to the top of the tower where the devil sits, the top of the world, and that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, buddy. I would summon Freud. I would do a necromantic ritual and summon Freud, and I'm going to be the ventriloquist of Freud here, and I'm going to say that that the evil bad man, the blame, the BLM, the blade, it has to be at the top of the tower because it's the orgasm. And the difference between is the orgasm Jesus or is the orgasm the devil? The difference between those two is should you have done it? Should you have done it? If it was a good orgasm and everything was good and this is all part of the plan part of your will, then it's a Jesus orgasm. But bro, if you shouldn't have done that, that was a devil orgasm. Sorry. Sorry, you shouldn't have done that. So
Well, you're talking
that's
about how
me
we're
speaking.
in the winter months. We're in winter in this part of the series, and it makes perfect sense they
Mhm.
meet the devil because the devil is the sun in winter. Absolutely.
Yes, yes. And then I got so much to weave on his this apple in his hands. This is the blame. This is the BLM. This is the blade. This is the cut. This is the placenta. This is the forbidden fruit. And he is fucking with us. This is the we are in fornax. This is going to be fornication. Again, here's another apple, another forbidden fruit. This is the symbol of the swinger. This is
The
fornication. This
the
is the hail
pineapple
sign
for
of,
people just listening.
yes, the pineapple is the symbol of the swingers. I found this out in a kind of a fun way. Could have been more fun. I just mentioned pineapple in front of this young lady once, and she like started coming on to me like I was butt naked, ready ready to go. And that was not the case. But I just mentioned pineapple. She started getting weird. So this is a symbol of fornication.
That was
The
before you
fornax
knew
count.
that pineapple represents swingers. Did I learn you
That's
that?
how I found out.
Oh,
That
okay. You
yeah, I
already
think
knew.
I did. You taught me. Yeah, no, you taught me when I
I
because I
learned
told
that
the
from
story and then it made
asking
sense.
questions at music festivals. I saw people walking around with pineapples. I'm like, why are there so many people carrying around pineapples? And someone helped me understand.
Yeah, I found out the hard way. It could have been harder. Could have been a harder way to learn, but I'm glad. I'm glad you saved me the the bad orgasm at the end of that story.
So, you,
So,
well, you don't want to be somebody's
so
unicorn. You don't want to get it on with like a chick and a dude at the same time. You don't want to swing both ways.
oh, dude, it was that's totally what was happening, but I won't go into that whole story. So, okay, so this is Sylvie's forbidden fruit. This is Sylvie's sword. We've established this. And it's a symbol of swingers and fornication, right? Now we have this other character. He has his version of it. He has his forbidden fruit. He has his sexual libido symbol icon. It happens to be green. It happens to have the word apple, the word, and this is initiation. A is for apple, first letter of the alphabet, right? This is the first time, first impression of this character, and he's got the serpentine fruit of knowledge corresponding to this. Now, again, it's important we remember we're in fornax, fornax at the in the Uranus River. Now, something I'm getting around the Uranus River is that it is winding, it is dramatically winding the shape of this river, and there are the spiral nebulas tend to be around and incorporated in the Uranus River. Eridanus, Uranus River is the Jordan River, but it's winding. And this is important because this is the
Eridanus?
swingers,
You mean
the
that
Eridanus,
Eridanus?
yes, Eridanus. It's
Erostonis.
important that we
Swinger.
swinger because of the this is going to have to do with screwing. There is a corkscrew constellation here, um, but the screw is also the drill. This is the auguries. I'm giving away so many random uh, stellar. These are stellar truisms of where we are in the heavens. But Chance, can you bring up any one of those three that I just sent? These are kind of my little graphics I made around the big reveal on Kanye West, dude. You got the Kanye West out of it. I totally did see the Kanye. Kanye was in the headlines when he got super controversial. There was a big move going on where
You want
Elon
the
was
most
moving
recent one you sent me or two ago or one ago? It's up to you
the
here.
let's do them in order. Let's go. Let's
Okay.
go. Yeah, in order. So when Elon bought Tesla, he moved from a number four personality type, the individual, he moved into a seven personality type. In the same week, Kanye came in and filled the void of the number four personality type. This blew my mind because they're both Afro. Elon is from Africa. Kanye is Afro American. Well, number four personality in the pantheon is Aphrodite. It was the weirdest thing when that happened. Um, but Elon moved to a number seven, and then Kanye came on the scene and started making a big hullabaloo, and he became the comedian. He was getting everybody to laugh and get out of the old way of thinking
Yeah,
and
at
being
that time
contrarian.
he became friends with Owen Benjamin for a time, and was Owen Benjamin was feeding him jokes about the Jays,
That
and
was
he was saying them on like
yes.
live programs. It was great.
That was so fascinating, man. So much going on. Like in terms of what the Enneagram tells us, like a lot of significant things were happening right there. Um, but this Granny Smith, this apple, this trigger symbol, uh, this initiation, this promise to learn more. This is telling you, oh, this is just a taste of how much more you could learn, how much further this could go. This is just the beginning. This is just a sip of what knowledge there is. This is Granny. A lot of grannies during the lockdowns were suffering. There's a trigger. Smith. So Granny Smith is the type of apple. Therefore, it is tart. It's a very tart, forbidden fruit. But that is the Smith Remodernization Act. They are remodeling how journalism works. And so when you said yellow journalism, that was a humdinger because the fortune card has the yellow wheel of the gears turning, and the remodernization is telling us that they're actually destroying the old and reformatting it, actually inverting it completely. So the remodel of the Remodernization Act is almost intrinsic to that uh, kintsugi, where the bowl is uh, it becomes um, fixed with gold
Rejoined.
when they rejoined. There's a rejoinder, which is an interesting thing in argumentation. Rejoinder is a fascinating thing to think about in argumentation. So this is me putting all of those ingredients together in this Takim Olam revelation. And here is the man behind the curtain again. This is the man behind the curtain in the whole film. And sure enough, the Wizard of Oz popping out from the curtain has the pineapple aspect again, with them swinging. They're swinging in behind his in his laboratory. You'll actually see a water pump, which is ingredients for the Fornax constellation. This is the chemistry set. If you look close behind the curtain, there's a chemistry set. So them fucking with us is signified by the chemistry set of the Fornax constellation and by the man behind the curtain telling you that it's an alchemy. It's the science of alchemy is what they're doing with this film. Can you fly
I
through
see the
the next couple
pineapple
ones?
in I see the pineapple in your in the elevator on the walls. Like the texture of the elevator gives me pineapple feeling too.
Nice. Good call.
Right.
Totally.
Let's see
So yeah,
here.
the fucking with us or screwing with us is intrinsic also to the Aquarius in general because of that. There's the corkscrew nebulas, a few of them actually. And then when you look up elevator pulley, they are almost 90% of them are specifically this color. So for me to say like, oh yeah, he's a pulley because he's in an elevator or because that's the Deus ex machina that's always on a crane. Well, when you look it up, that is actually generally the color of the elevator pulley systems. So I found that very revealing. But then this is important. He's liminal. This is liminal space. It's a lemon. Is it a lime? It's liminal. This is the in between um, uh, of what the X is, the reset, the completion. You know, is it a seven? Is it a four? It's the Kabbalistic, right between the Kabbalistic seven and the Kabbalistic four is this reduction to the one. It's almost a lever or it's mechanistic in a fun way on the Enneagram. And that's his old costume.
That's actually Immortus to the Fortress Crown. He's
Oh,
like the top Kang. He's not your typical Kang. Typical Kang has got the blue face going on.
okay.
I don't know if you knew this
Okay.
about Kang either, that he's Nathaniel Richards, which is the son of Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman, or like their descendant in the future or something like that.
Oh, geez. Wow.
Yeah, that's
That's
so
something
that's
else.
why it's even weird that they made it Jonathan Majors, because like Does that mean when they do the
What's that?
Fantastic Four, they're all going to be black? Like, what are we doing? We're just
Right.
really throwing monkey wrenches in the
And
lore. But we know in the movies, they don't always give people the same origin stories. They're probably just going to cut that out as being where
yeah,
he's from.
Chance, that has the same echo again with he's a number one, and his past has a relationship to the four. Is rooted in the source story goes back
Oh,
to the
yeah.
four.
He's from the
So
four.
that
He's from the Fantastic Four.
he's from the four. Yeah, I keep seeing, man, the Enneagram is like, it's more everywhere than I'll ever fully appreciate. But then I wanted to share this with everybody. The very moment that the bell dings,
No.
yeah, buddy, the bell dings, and guess what the time stamp is when the bell dings? It's
At
fucking
9/11.
9/11. It's the
Unbelievable.
bell ding, and look at all the debris. This is the collapsed pillar in the background when the bell dings. It's so
Yeah, this is the
profound.
tower. And this whole episode is
This
the
is
tower moment.
now this is what I'm telling you. They are summoning the rubble. They're calling, this bell ding is calling your rubble spirit forward. This is calling you. This is to provoke you to want to build back better. Ain't that something? And then
The
episode
full
1/6 again.
understanding of the give people the full understanding of the bell ding in
Yeah.
your
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
slick dissonant universe of why that pertains to 9/11 to help them understand why that matters.
Yes. Yes. I tried to encapsulate a great deal of information in these words. So understand that this kind of thing unpacks over time. But it starts off with, what Pavlovian sound did your Prussian education system condition you to close the books, change the subject, stop thinking, and move on into child traffic? The sound that your Pavlovian sound that your Prussian school system trained you to close the book, stop thinking, change the subject, and move into child traffic, that sound is bell ding. And so when we start talking about 9/11, we start using the word bell ding a lot. Oh, what happened with those bell dings? Those bell dings. I don't know. Did you see the bell ding? But the bell ding was still there. We're saying the word bell ding a lot. And that is a Pavlovian trigger. And I'm here to tell you it is in other places in our language, places you would never think that we're being transliteral when we say bell ding. It also relates to buildings and collapsing your mental constructs and what you thought you were going to think, uh, so that you can change your mind. So you can, if you feel even remotely uncomfortable, it's time to get up and stretch our legs. Let's move on. Let's go do something else. Let's go struggle through the classes. Let's go walk on glass, walk on eggshells through the classes, and maybe we'll get somewhere in life. The class warfare of transitioning from one class to the next, all of these were baked into your school. And going into child traffic, that's going in the hallways between classes. And so the language of our childhood is reanimated in a whole new context once we're adults. And psychologically, I think it gets used against us in really remarkable ways that some people may never have thought of. Did that help?
Yeah, that definitely helps. And the
Yeah.
bell dinging Pavlonian response thing is woven throughout the show in multiple episodes. It really is. I'm so glad you
Right.
caught that timestamp right there. Because I was thinking, every time this is a show about elevators in a way. You can't go very long in this show without somebody on an elevator. And there's always the ding, always the ding. Like we're getting that that hook is being activated repeatedly. We'll say that. So glad. And Bell Ding 7 did not kill itself. We'll just make sure everyone knows that too.
Right. And yeah,
Awesome.
one more slick dissonant weave on that is in God we trust is on all the dollars. It's an anagram for tower G in dust. And G is the number 7, which is the chariot card, but G is also 1 plus 6, which is the tower card. And so when you put the chariot and the tower together, you get 9/11. Tower G in dust.
Dylan
was on
says,
all the money all along. That's how you do magic.
so Owen Benjamin says the elevators are gay, and if you ride in an elevator, you have to send him money to pay away your gay. Which I see his point. Honestly, I've sent him money for it. Dylan says elevators signified the devil, according to Prince or one of his producers. That's interesting because he died in the elevator. Prince did.
If I'm keeping my gayness on account with Owen, then he owes me.
Well, it's kind of like
we can rejoinder this.
It's really a good scheme he's got going, because there's a lot of stuff that's gay that you wouldn't have expected at first. Like going into a building is gay. You know, anything other than just living in the woods outside by your own two hands is pretty much anything other than that is gay. So
I admire his ambition. Totally.
Well, he's just set up the indulgences system that the Catholic Church used to have. You're paying it away. It's the exact same system. Like if they can do it, why can't he? I think it's great.
Oh my God. Okay. Damn it, Owen, you make my face hurt. The apple. I forgot one more thing about the apple chance. This is a huge weave, buddy. He's holding his apple, his symbol, his forbidden fruit. It corresponds to Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson, Morbius's fixation for key lime pie. This is confirmation of my theory that Morbius is a number 7 personality type. He has this fixation with key lime, inexplicably drawn back to this key lime pie. And in terms of the personalities, Morbius is completely repulsed by everything that is the number 1 persona. He's in denial of it. And Chance, it's so subtle, it's so crafty the way they're doing this. But Morbius's character is never able to even look towards He Who Remains. They cunningly, I can unpack this. They very cunningly make Morbius turn and run away or walk away or oblivious to the existence of the number 1 personality type, which is symbolic of his past persona. In the key lime is some sort of wall barrier that he's in denial of his past. And so the key lime pie fixation, it actually attaches as a string from the Enneagram, from the number 7, going to the number 1, that is the 10, the card number 10, the God machine, that is the He Who Remains. So his key lime pie, that even when he goes to McDonald's, he actually asks for an apple pie because he has to, you got to get in where you fit in. But his pie thing does weave to the apple in this guy's hand. But it's in the Enneagram that it makes sense. And this is where the MacGuffin of the art and the Zen in the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance reveals to us that Mobius can never even know that Cain exists. This is why he's looking at the drink stains in that office. That's actually an innuendo whisper of the fact that Cain is running game behind his back, getting with Ravona. Cain is actually getting with Ravona behind Morbius's back, and Morbius has no idea. So in a Freudian subconscious unspoken realm, they're actually telling us that Cain is sleeping with Ravona and Morbius doesn't know it. And Mobius is he's constantly failing to see the guy that his woman is getting with. And I can actually track it on the Enneagram, and it's profound beyond measure because he's in denial of his own shadow. Strangely, his own shadow is a big black, potent black man. And remember, Slick Distant only believes in 2 races.
I don't think we gotta worry about the racism spell, but I totally see what you're talking about, because the reformer speech crafting, type that is the one, right? The one is really good,
Yeah.
really persuasive, and they have like an ideal and they're trying to convince everybody of it. And
Right.
I definitely think at the very least that Mobius's previous self was a one, but we are getting ahead of ourselves to what's actually in this episode. So we'll
Yes, I
save it.
know. I know.
The pie theme is
It's
huge. The pie, other than the
it is.
fact that him eating pie all the time is indicative of him being a 7 on the Enneagram. To me, that's conclusive proof because Mobius is 22 in Gematria. 7 is 22 in Gematria. Whenever you
Nice.
divide 22 by 7, you get 3.14, which is pi. And he eats pie, or he's driving a car with pie on it. There's a reference to it in this episode. It's in basically every episode with him. So we're meant to notice that if we have eyes to see, definitely. But I want to talk about his app, about he who remains as Apple here. First of all, while they're going up the elevator, he gets told, "You're just a man," or was it, "You're just a man"? You're just a man. I think you're just a man, the hidden one. But there's this thing I brought up in the previous conversation where we talked about Yesod, the foundation in Kabbalah, which is the sphere. I should have put the tree of life on this slide too, but it's the sphere that's below the path of the tower, or Pey, the mouth, that goes between Hod on the left, which is glory, and Netzach on the right, which is victory. So this Yesod is the sacral region. It's the generative organs. It's the forbidden fruit. Okay, Yesod is the image making faculty of consciousness. There's a lot to say about it, but if you reverse the letters of Yesod, and instead of Yod, Yod Samek, I think Vav Dalet. Yeah, Yod Samek Vav Dalet. That's Yesod. If you reverse that and you do Sod Yod by spelling it Samek Vav Dalet and then space Yod, you have Sod Yod, the secret of Yod. Sod means secret. So part of the meaning of the Sod Yod is the philosophical gold. Well, what does the apple symbolize? Wisdom. What is philosophy? It is wisdom. As Katie so perfectly pointed out, thank you in the chat, Katie, you've had some great weaves, including mentioning the unicorn used for sexual activity in the Witcher series that basically was evidence towards what Gabe was talking about in the Sky Clock. The forbidden fruit, Katie says, from Greek myth was the golden apple from the Judgment of Paris. So now we're talking about the forbidden fruit, Yesod, the sexy time, and wisdom that apples symbolize, and that in the Greek version of this, it was even a golden apple. Yod Sod, or Sod Yod, means philosophical gold, golden apple. So the golden apple, the Sod Yod, is metabolized in the Yesod. This is the alchemical marriage of opposites, Sod Yod meet going into the Yesod. This is the metabolization of the prana from that gold, or that philosophical gold, or that wisdom, that as it's ingested and metabolized, it goes up to the top and activates the third eye at the top of the tower. And what's happening here? He's eating the apple, the Sod Yod, at the foundation of the tower. And as he eats the apple, they go up to the top of the tower. I don't know what else to say. It's absolutely there. It's absolutely there. If you, and what I really, the value I'm getting out of this, particularly, why hopefully this is translating to you guys too, that the power of looking at these series like we do, as the allegories that they are, is that hopefully this can take something like Kabbalah out of the realm of just being Hebrew words and memorizing correspondences like flashcards that you're trying to keep all straight, to the realm of actually seeing it in the world. Because as I've been looking at this Hod left-hand path, thinking, to the Netzach, the right-hand path, feeling victory and glory, as it were. I got that reversed. Hod is glory, Netzach is victory. I've been seeing it in life. How many of next time you're watching some show, like I was watching Daredevil, so I think it's a little too big to, maybe not as symbolically dense as we would want, and too lengthy for me to be interested in decoding it the way we do these. But the Daredevil show is all about Daredevil. He's on the right, net sack. He's feeling, and he's fighting Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, who's the left-hand path, who is the thinking. And this exact dynamic and this tower path between them is intrinsic to the show. And the thing to understand about the left and the right of the Tree of Life is how I am seeing this operate in the world when I witness it is the left-hand path character is on track to become God or become a God. The right-hand path character is letting God become them or giving their life to God is another way of considering it. So that's what I think is going on with Loki and Sylvie. And the interesting thing about the mirror is that what you see in the mirror is reversed. So Loki sees Sylvie in the mirror. She sees him in the mirror. Loki thinks she's on the right-hand path. Sylvie thinks she's on the left-hand path, but they're actually mirror reverse. Absolutely fascinating. And not to mention that Pey weave, that Pey and Pey are basically the same word. It's the same letter. The Greek letter Pey is Pey. So that's a thing as well. So we can't leave that out of the mix. But yeah, we're going up the tower, Yesod into the Sadyad, or Sadyad into the Yesod, the philosophical gold in the foundation, activating, going up to the top. But as they're in this elevator, Sylvie attempts to homicide. She tries to do a hate crime. And he can avoid any killing blow because he's precognizant of when the blow is going to happen. And then he just kind of, giggles at them. He turns on his time machine wristwatch, Apple Watch. He's got an Apple Watch on, for Christ's sake. It's like literally an Apple Watch. Anyway, this really reminds me of the idea in alchemy and that you have to cut Mercury off at the knees and keep it contained so that it doesn't rebel. Or I say you have to. Saturn cuts Mercury off at the knees. Saturn rules the knees. This is possibly to do with the fact that Mercury, when used in a laboratory setting, if you don't keep it contained, can make you, it can rebel against you. You can go crazy from inhaling it. That might be part of it. So on the left, you have Saturn cutting Mercury off at the knees. On the right, you have Saturn clipping the wings of Cupid, who is Eros. So I think it's lost on people that Mercury/Hermes is the same guy as Eros. That's lost on people. It's definitely comes through in this show. You can tell Jesus is Eros. It's the third person. The preserver is the erotic force. But why does Saturn cut it off at the knees? Or why does Saturn clip the wings off of Cupid? I think the most obvious aspect of the symbolism is that time diminishes your sexual creative energy. That they call it Jing in traditional Chinese medicine. You only have so much of it. It's like sand in the hourglass. Each time, each one of those orgasms, according to a lot of like mystical medicinal systems, you have a little bit less each time. Your male potency is reduced. And I think we all are aware of all the boner pills being sold in the world today, that there's this bizarre correlation that goes on where as money velocity increases in society, and money velocity being the rapidity, the speed at which trade is going on. Remember, who rules that? It's Mercury or Hermes, commerce and trade. As there's more trade, more speed, more velocity to it, and there's more selling our future or our children out for some kind of profit in the present, there's also a quickening effect of erectile dysfunction in society. You noticing this trend? That it used to be when things were kind of in harmony and congruent with natural order, natural cycle, and a more natural pace, circadian rhythm type of pace to life, probably the virility of a man never even left. Like they probably made it all the way to their dying day, still able to get somebody pregnant if they had to. I think, but or unless they made it to very old age or they did a lot of squirting. I don't know. But what we're seeing in society today is erectile dysfunction is happening way, way earlier, way, way sooner. And there's this unnatural quickening of commerce, money, velocity. Hermes is having to do more work faster in a sense. And I think that's burning out that Yasad. It's weakening the foundation. It's cutting the wings off of Cupid. All of that. That's what I that's what I get out of seeing He Who Remains teleporting out of the way of a death blow. Because remember, they call the orgasm the little death, right? And this like the system, the control system is managing people's orgasms in a sense. It's almost like capturing the essence and the energy of them when how much of them are happening through some kind of interaction with the screen that's also watching back, with pornography being basically universal at this point. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, man. Yeah. This is such an important image. It says so much about the realm. And we've woven on this in the past, but selling out the futures because of war debt. That's one thing that this symbolizes to me. And it's so fascinating how people over intellectualize to dignify the selling of the future generations. They just lean into that left brain thinking, and they can get away with anything. But yeah, that's totally debt based. That's what the birth certificate, the bullshit I fake it, is all about. Um, and his little wristband for me, Chance, it signifies the ring that Solomon had to use to build the temple. He had to tame all the demons and get control over the demons with this ring so that he could build up the temple. And Asmodeus in particular was one of the most helpful demons he tamed with that ring to build up. Again, we're rising up the elevator here. And I just want to mention how Sophie's attack style, she's attacking somebody who's not even looking at her. She's attacking from behind. She's going to stab him in the back. She has no regard for actual field combat consideration. You know what I mean? She doesn't care that he's not looking. But what's fascinating to me, there's a lust aspect that she's not in her right mind. She doesn't care. She just wants what she wants. She doesn't think about the rules of engagement here.
Yeah, she's the feeling side. She's all obsessed with the victory. She's going for the nutsack kick.
She's going for the nutsack kick. And he knows that, right? Well, one thing that this plays into a fascinating artistic phenomenon called the Ruken figure. And the Ruken figure is a character in a painting whose back is turned to you as the onlooker. And it is designed psychologically to draw you in. It's supposed to make you sympathize with the person who's back to you. It often is an indication of what perspective, of centering your perspective into the character whose back is on you. So she is succumbing to the Ruken figure phenomenon by jumping on his back, by attacking him from behind. And the reason this is important is because we've been talking about how they use portals in this film, in this series constantly. And we see people always going out of the room, walking into this random portal, this golden portal that they open up and leave. That is more impactful than we think. If you've ever raised a child or know about child development, when the grown-up walks out of the room, the child's world collapses. Oftentimes when mama leaves, the baby will just reflexively cry because mama is now out of view. We're actually trained into this Rukin figure from a very young and fragile age. But I just think it's fascinating. That's kind of what's going on here with her. She like keeps trying to jump on his back, which is part of the human nature being used in art in a fun way. But then again, I gotta say that the aspect of the big powerful black man, he's got what we want. He's got the fertility, he's got the fruit, he's got the benefits, and he sees into the future. From a Freudian perspective, also he's bigger here, right? The big black man, the big towering aspect, like he's closer to us, so he looks bigger. And Loki is like just kind of sitting back watching. So there's kind of some cuckolding going on. And I will mention that in the southern hemispheres where the birds go down uh, for the migration, animal magnetism, the cuckolding thing is a bird. That's a bird behavior. So I just wanted to kind of seed these aspects because they will come through uh, in regards to the reading of auguries and the running of drills. Because in the long story of the major plot, there's a bit of a doubling back to these events that happen in this tower.
Yeah, I totally see the Rukin figure here. And the other thing about the Rukin figure is the connection that it has to TV, right? And broadcasting. And this guy, He Who Remains, he's the creator of the TVA, which after the Hearst metaphor, we know that following newspapers as timeline control, it was TV, right? We've weaved on that in this series. Okay, so the bell dings, they hit the top of the elevator, and I wanted, well, let's see. What do I want to say about this? Yeah, he's waiting for them at the top of the elevator when they get there. Like, he teleports to dodge another blow, and then the doors open, there he is. It's basically saying, like, with the bell ding happening right at that moment and how he sort of like smiles and his knowing smile with them, is that the master knows what you're going to do before you do it. So it's no different than being predetermined or robotically programmed. That's the bell ding aspect. It's the Pavlovian command. So he knows what they're going to do before they do it, which means they're essentially robots in relative to him. So we also talked about the Sod Yad and the Yasad. Part of the secret of Yad, one of the secrets of Yad might be, and Gabe, you mentioned this, is that Yad, which is 10, is covered by 9 and 11. So if Yad was going to be kept secret, it would be held between 9 and 11. Bell ding, top of the tower, 9/11, the tower card. 9/11 was the tower moment for the collective psyche. When the bell dings fell, I was in class, bells were dinging, and they were telling us, when you get to your next class, they'll have the TV on and you'll be watching this in your next class, or you can just stay in this class. You could ignore the bell ding if you want. Like, but the whole day was just about that, watching that on TV while we're in junior high. Anyway, another thing a bell does is it tolls, right? They say, for whom the bell tolls. The L to R swap, you can switch toll to R and get tor, which is the French word for tower. The bell tower, the bell tor, the bell toll. You know, that's all philologically kind of in the same mix. I'm also pointing out that this solar symbol on his chest is a echo back to the Aeon Chronos figure that we talked about in the previous half of this episode. Aeon Chronos with the serpent wrapped around him. He's Chronos and Aeon at the same time because they're the same deity. I also put screenshots from Doctor Strange on here, which we've covered in the past. We actually fully covered that movie. The apple and the time control with the Eye of Agamotto was a profound moment. He was learning how to control the flow of time, and he did it with an apple. So I think that might be another Sod Yod idea, that because think about how Yesod's foundation is the sacral energy, it's the sacral chakra. That is our gate, that the threshold where we manage how excited, how enthusiasm, in theosasm, how enthused we are for our experience. That is what creates the subjective difference between the flow of time. So as part of the Sod Yod, secret of Yod, I think that the sacral region might have something to do with how time unfolds for us. That depending on our orientation and our ability to dilate, widen and narrow that threshold, it has to do with how time flows for us. That it's our sexual creative energy is part of the mechanism through which time works for us. That we're at the center of time. It's not, we're the creators of time. That's the biggest secret, that you actually are the one in charge of time. What yourself is, if you get out of the recursive loop or ring of the witness behind the witness behind the witness, what is it that's noticing that I'm noticing, that I'm noticing, that I'm noticing, that I'm noticing? You get behind that, it's this Kantian idea that the true self has to do with the intellectual process that's temporal, through which we are invoking our free will upon the inner world and the outer world through this process of our threshold of the sacral energy, in a sense, because what the sacral energy also relates to is your hunger, your digestion. So think about how it affects your experience of time, whether you like something, you're excited about it, or whether it's boring, you don't like it, right? That's where the free will comes in. There's almost whether or not you want to consider fate, destiny, predetermination, all that, if there was one place where philosophically you can make the argument that you actually do have free will, how it works is in the perspective that you choose, the dilation that you apply, either widening or narrowing, to the sacral enthusiastic energy, the creative force towards which you're viewing it's the image making faculty of consciousness, the lens through which you're viewing your inner world and your outer world. I hope this is making sense. It's kind of deep shit, but I'm saying your free will exists in the sacral region, in how much you do or do not want to be doing or experiencing what you're experiencing, and that is what affects the flow of time. And so when you get to the point of ultimate hunger, ultimate desire, ultimate openness of that gate of the Yesod, that is when time can temporally, that's when time can actually slow down or pause to the degree to which you actually get outside of time for a while until you fill it again. Yeah. It's deep stuff, man.
Yeah. It just dawned on me while we're going through this again about the apple is the symbol for New York. They call New York the Great Apple. And Dr. Strange was able to play the apple forward and in reverse when he was time controlling the apple. And isn't it fascinating that 9/11 research is all about going back and looking, catching the exact frame. When was that wing in front or behind the building? The whole thing about all that. Well, we did the same thing with JFK. When the movie JFK came out and Kevin Costner was playing the film, they literally did the scene that everybody should know this phrase. Their mind is going back to the trauma that was reenacted when I say the phrase, back and to the left, back and to the left. Kevin Costner was playing the JFK footage backwards and forwards repeatedly, and they're watching his brain go in and out of his head. It was disgusting. It's like, wiki, 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 back and to the left, and his brain is going, it's silly. But the same thing was happening with Dr. Strange here with the apple. And here again, the Big Apple is New York, is the big trigger, is where the towers came down. And Chance, it's just dawning on me that in my territories map, New York is the strength card. It's where the lion is in my territories map. So I've just found the lust card that I was looking for. And that lust card, she's holding up that ball sack, but it's a green ball sack. It's got a strange, eerie green light, similar to Doctor Strange here. It's the Whore of Babylon holding the fruit of precious stones. But there's a correspondence to the Big Apple I'm seeing.
Totally, man. And I don't know if you could read on the screen, but I had this passage referencing Ezekiel 11:19. So 9/11, right? And
Totally.
there's this word that not entirely confident about what is this letter? It's the second letter that's throwing me off. But this word equals 85 in Hebrew. Let me just double check what that letter is. I have to look at my reference sometimes. Hebrew is tough, guys.
Yeah.
Second letter, I think it's I don't know. Maybe a bet. So it might be like, it might be Lamed, Bet, Aleph, Bet, Vav, but I don't think that works because that doesn't equal 85. Regardless. Oh, I think it's a Kaf. That makes more sense. I think that adds up. I'm getting ahead of myself though. The point is that this is verse Ezekiel 11:19 with a word meaning that means heart of stone. The heart of stone is, I think, what's on his chest here. The the stony heart of their flesh. But that's not important. Just like a really minor side weave. I think we should move past it. I think I can't remember my full thoughts on it to begin with. So anyway, they're entering his office now, his Ophi ice. And where's my notes? Okay, he pours them some tea. So tea is a cross. It's the Tav. It's the TVA. He pours them some tea and he tells them 2 sugars. So he already knows how they take their tea or maybe it's coffee, whatever it is. I'm guessing tea though, based on like the look of this whole scene. He seems sophisticated, right? Remember what I said about them returning to the Garden of Eden, that they're Adam and Eve. At the end is the beginning. The 2 sugar cubes, 2 cubes. The Garden of Eden is paradise. The 2 sugar cubes, pair of dice. That's what's happening right here. This is another reference to them entering the Garden of Eden. He's the serpent. They're the Adam and Eve figures. He's offering them the apple. Jenny says it looks like coffee. Maybe. Okay. It could be coffee, but I'm still going to keep my weave about 2 teas because as he sets down the tea, which by the way, this little table has got a very clear Mercury glyph going on as well. It's quick,
man. That's basically, that's like the Monias hieroglyphica, but kind of not, but similar. Wow. Good catch.
Thanks. And he said, he's saying Loki. He hands them each a tea, calls them both Loki. So maybe we're getting this signal that Loki is Hermaphrodite, Hermes, because there's a male one and there's a female one. There's the twins going on. But I think the 2 teas that they're each being handed a tea, and they're both Lokis, who's like the god of betrayal. That might be a symbol foreshadowing that there's about to be a double cross taking place in this episode. 2 T's, double cross, right? 2 Tavs. That's just my take. Totally.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Totally.
And then we're in Aquarius, so there's the John the Baptist aspect with the jug of water. So that just is like totally a requisite to be on his desk. That jug is there like through the whole monologue.
Then we jump over to back to the TVA. So the two T's to the TVA, and this is Mobius busting into Renslayer's office, and she's surprised to see him because she had pruned him and sent him to his death in the void. But he comes back. She says, if anyone was going to make it back from the void, it was you. And he says, oh, well, you know, one man's void is another man's piece of cake. A piece of cake is a reference to the pie because you slice cake into pie slices, no different than pie. This is him. This is us being reminded that he's the 7 character. He's the pie. Pie is also Pey. So this theme is probably throughout the whole series. We should think about Pey all the time. It's hard to keep all these things in your head, but that's why I love doing this show, because we kind of zero in on one element per episode, but then forever, for the rest of forever, we have this mind palace we've created out of the symbolism, connecting it to the allegory of the story. It's great.
Exactly.
And
yeah, man. I gotta bring up the placenta. I think I'm like 2 hours late on placenta mention, but one man's aura, one man's auric field, is another person's cake, birthday cake. That's what I got out of that. The void of your auric field, the unseen self, is symbolic of the birthday cake.
right. And for people that are new or just need a reminder, placenta, it comes from a Greek word that means flat cake, or it's related to. It's the birthday cake. Exactly. Because it's shaped like a plate or a cake. Then he gets, she calls the cops on him, calls Hunter D90 to my office immediately. He says, sorry, Ravona, that's not going to work out the way you think it is, now that we know your secret. And he holds up the pen. This is the pen is mightier than the sword moment. This is, consider for a second how he's holding up the pen, but pen is derived from penna in Latin, which means feather. Okay. This is the moment where she's being judged against the weight of a feather. They're going into her past. That's the judgment moment, right? This is the scales of Ma'at moment for Renslayer, where the jury of her peers are finally reviewing the full information of, her entire case story, right? And we then get taken to 2018, Fremont, Ohio. This is where Hunter 90, whatever, number 90, D90 or whatever is that. They are at Fremont, which is Frey, the mountain of Frey, which is the sun. Fremont. That's the same as saying Mount Meru. It's a reference to all the sacred centers and mountains, Fremont. And you see on the wall, you have FDR. This is one of many high schools named after Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And as we've talked about in a previous episode, FDR set up the birth certificate strawman system as we know it today with social security numbers. So her origins as the Ren Slayer, the name Slayer, or the strawman judge, the judge of the strawman, are being exposed as FDR is the origin of that. So we're getting judgment on, well, where did this whole damn bullshit strawman system come from then? And that's what Mobius is talking about when he holds up the pen and he's like, your old tricks aren't going to work on us anymore. Boom. Here we are. FDR. FDR.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Yep. On the most subtle level, we are getting a strong read on the child trafficking. We're in the class, we're in the hallway of the school system. And
where the bell dings level, and then the children traffic.
The children go into traffic. What is really fascinating here is that FDR started, he initiated us into basically such that we are considered enemies of the state from what he put into motion. That is what is being revealed here in this scene, is in a nuanced way. With you got to be real impeccable with your words, but the birth certificate, the bullshit to fake it, is child trafficking, and we've just been consenting to it all along. And so when she takes the Hunter D90 into the office and gives him the moment of revelation, that is the revelation of what that we should all have is, holy shit, uh, we've been child trafficking all along. That's what the certificate is all about. It is all about trafficking humanity, but we've just made it legal. That's what a license is. A license is a permission to do what would otherwise be legal, which would otherwise be illegal, which means it's illegal to drive your car. It's illegal to drive your car. Everything else is just uh, grammar, is a grimoire, is a glimmer, is a glamour, is a fugazi that you tell yourself to feel good about doing the right thing by not driving your car illegally. Well, you wouldn't need a license if it wasn't illegal to just drive around in the world. So that this is proof that you're actually guilty. You're guilty until proven innocent. And that's proof that the Constitution is long gone. All right, ranting.
Oh, there's a lot more ranting to do. I mean, this is the moment. This is the cards on the table moment. We're going into the origin story. This is the origin story. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, D90. That's a D, and then a 9 is the letter I. It's also R, DR. Interesting. FDR is here, but in reverse, 90 and D, if you switch them, it becomes 9 and a 4, which is the letters ID, your identification. But it's also 94 is plutonium, which relates to Hades, which is your head space, but it's what is hidden. But yeah, the lockdowns was all about getting your let me see, what was it? COVID. COV is certificate of poke ID. CO poke ID. So yeah, it's very apropos that his name's Hunter, which Hunter is the son of a dead president, or the dead son of a president. So there's a trigger right there. Oh no, not a dead son. It's the living son. So the word Hunter is a trigger. That's right. I just realized that.
Yeah, dude.
This is like a nod to the laptop. There's probably a laptop weave in here I didn't even think of. We'll let other people weave that on their own.
You're doing great, man. There's two of us here, but two schizos can only do so much. We're doing our best, all right? We need more of you to join Team Schizo. It's really fun. Really fun to see everything is everything. It's so fun. Okay, so then we get shot over to a whole mess of these pens. These pens have come up before. That was the clue that we got in a previous episode, that Ravonna Renslayer was about the FDR birth certificate system. But when you see these pens in I guess a cup like this, all bound together, this is the fascists. This is the shot where we're seeing how Renslayer is like a time Nazi, super fascist. FDR's name is on the pins. We're connecting these implements with fascism, that the new fascism is not, controlling people by the sword or with direct threats of coercion. It's instead of sticks bound around an axe, it's paper bound, with a spiral binding, or it's digital files all collected together. It's regardless, like, to go one step further with it. If you look in the background, there's a sign. It's kind of hard to see, but it's that cliche sign that says a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. So this moment is not only the first step of Ravonna Renslayer becoming who she is, because they've gone back in time to the point where she was just a regular person, a principal who was an administrator of child trafficking that is our school system, or a warden of a prison for children, however you want to consider it. But more importantly, because we're considering the birth certificate and FDR's implementation of Social Security, the first step of a journey of 1,000 miles is when they get the baby's footprint on the birth certificate. The sole of the foot is the first thing that touches anything when the baby comes out of the womb. That's your very first step of your journey of 1,000 miles, is the ink on your soul. It's nuts, dude. It's nuts. When I saw, I mean, I already knew what we were talking about here, but when I saw that poster in the background, journey of 1,000 steps begin, or miles begins with a single step, I was like, good Lord, it's so on the nose. If you know what you're looking at, FDR, single step, the sole of the foot.
Totally. Yes, it's fascinating. They are pinpointing the FDR factor. And also, I think, I'm a prospiracy theorist. I think the universe is working in our favor. I think we're being provoked into, sparking this revolution and reinstituting a government that works. I think that's what the provocateur inside nod poke is all about here.
Well, do you think that that's even what's going on with the show? Like, do you really think the showrunners know that FDR and birth certificated person and the artificial personhood and the straw man? Or do you think that God itself is coming through their creative faculties and presenting us with, hey, the truth, because I think the nature of truth is that it must always be present. And that's why this Kabbalah and these systems of correspondences, to whatever degree that they're accurate, you will see it in everything once you see it. And I don't know, but I think there is some shady people in the know involved with these things, but I also think some of it just comes through the seemingly random choices that they make, because you cannot hide the truth. The truth will always find a way to emerge through. That's my take on it.
I like your take. I like anything to spin it positive, because
that they're not super geniuses.
Oh yeah. But okay, so because here's my philosophy is, I big up my enemy as much as possible. I want my enemy to come out and battle me on their best day. I want everything to be in their favor, so that when I defeat them at their greatest. And that is why
that makes you the greatest.
Give the benefit. That's right. I got to have a worthy opponent. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna ask them to fight on their sick day. But I think that I think that we're quite correct about the provocation of initiating a new government, because if you look on your $100 bill with a magnifying glass, the fine print written in gold is specifically the chapter on overthrowing the old government and starting the new. And so look at the details around that fine print on your $100 bill. You're going to see it's a cup and a quill. Just like this pin, this cup full of pins has FDR's name written on it. Well, on the $100 bill, it's literally a cup, it's an inkwell, and a pin that is going into the inkwell cup. And the inkwell cup is also the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell is cracked, it's broken, it's fractured, but it is also symbolic of an inkwell. So I think we're just nailing it, just a punch to the face knockout hit, with the idea that this is provoking us to start the new government. But hold on. Okay, let me say this.
Oh, hold on. You hold on. Well, I got to say one little thing.
Okay.
One tiny thing.
Yeah.
FDR in septenary 645. He who remains, HWR 645.
Nice. Fucking wow. Okay, that's more. Oh man. It's Moorish civic law. That's Moorish,
which is 15. That's the devil. 645 is the devil. It's 15 equals 15. Devil card. Thank you, Katie, for putting my thoughts on that.
Nice. Okay. Oh my goodness. Hold on. What was I gonna say? Oh, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. The $100 bill resetting. Oh, wow. This is huge. Oh, this is gonna come back again. Doggone it. Oh, I had something big.
You just got to let it
Uh,
go. It'll pop back in as soon as I try
yeah.
to move on.
Well,
I'll try
well,
to
let me
move
say
on
this
and
about
then
the Yeah, I'll say this: the writing on that $100 bill from the Benjamin Franklin thing. Benjamin Franklin was an inventor. This He Who Remains is an inventor. He's kind of going to play into some Benjamin Franklin energy here in a little bit. So the idea of starting your government. Oh, I know. I remember. This is huge, Chance. This is huge. We're nailing this, by the way. I don't think we can go wrong at this point with this idea that we have with this cup, because he plays the role of Benjamin Franklin eventually, not right away in his when we have flashbacks to his old self, the inventor aspect, but Chance, the provocation to start a new government is parallel to, and we will blow this out more and more as we go, is, I believe, is parallel to uh, this concept I'm getting a grasp of, more and more apprehension over mastery of irony. The masters of writing the future have to be the next level of commanding irony. And if you and I think that is actually the way that you create, that you lead societies. You have to generate irony to lead people, to draw out their humors, to draw out their tendencies and their personality, to challenge them. And you use irony to challenge the different flavor of people. So if I were the social engineer, he who remains, I would be up in my tower using the Enneagram to draw people's personality type out, using irony to reset the expectation of society going forward. I
you're
don't
so
really know
right,
what I
man.
just said.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Let me
Okay.
tell
Help me
you.
out.
Irony is a huge component of this episode in particular. I was thinking about it in the context of the tower being ruled by Mars and the dramatic irony of how he know, like, it's literally irony that he knows what they're going to do before they do it. Like, that's definition of irony. It's when the audience knows something that the characters don't. He's the author in a sense, and the audience at the same time. But dude, irony being a part of how the control system works, like, there's some esoteric thing that's requiring irony. You're so right. Here's okay, because the system we're talking about is simulation system, hypocrisy system. The straw man is a simulation. Simulation means hypocrisy. It's pretending to be something that you're not, which is identifying with the fake self, the straw man, the legal persona, the corporate identity, your whatever, all of the above, right? Irony comes from a Greek word, iron, not iron like the metal, or iron. It means to it means a dissembler, as opposed to an assembler. So think about how iron, a sword, it disassembles whoever it cuts. It's taking you apart, right? So irony, first of all, has this component of the cut, the taking apart, disassembling. This whole system begins with the cut of the placenta off of the baby before it's the right time, the cut of the timeline. So your godly origin is separated from you by your birthday, the cut in the timeline, when your true origin is actually only God knows, that the moment of the divine spark incepting into the mother, and all of that, the formation of the zygote. The later word that this dissembler becomes is ironia, which means simulated ignorance. And tell me that this system doesn't require you to feign ignorance, pretend that you don't know, when everything all around you is constantly telling you, waving at you, even in dumb TV shows like this exactly what's going on, exactly how people are being controlled. There is a constant need for people to feign ignorance, to simulate their ignorance about shit. I mean, just to even survive in interaction socially, a lot of times you have to pretend like you don't know something that you actually do know, which is irony, because otherwise, if you try to say and correct the other person on their dumbass belief, then everything's going to get dissembled. You know, your whole relationship will be torn to pieces. So there's this so much to irony that is integral. We could go on and on. This could be its own stream for the system to work. And it starts in the notion of the simulated or the hypocrisy part of it all.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Dude, we really are. We're touching on something. You're right. This is like a whole show in itself. Thank you for confirming my words back to me. Thank you for that. Reshaping them and serving them back up, because I think we just found the plans to the Death Star somewhere in all that. Socrates was called he was like, one of Nietzsche's quotes is like, "Oh, you masterful ironist, was that your true irony?" And so there's like an irony inside of irony just in this one Nietzschean line. And if we unpack that sufficiently, it could just save the world. We could save the world if we crack the irony code. Because I think you're right.
Think about it, dude.
Yeah.
Socratic irony is when Socrates pretends like he doesn't know shit so that he's like a bait to get the other person to make a statement that he can then challenge. It's literally like the straw man, but you get them to build the straw man that you can attack instead of you doing it. So it's no longer a fallacy. You're challenging a statement they made. So Socratic irony is a weapon. And so we're seeing it now. Socratic irony is the creation of a straw man, but you get them to make their own straw man. And that's how this whole system works. This is the plans to the Death Star, dude. People make their own fucking straw man. They agree. They go apply for the driver's license.
Yes. Oh. Yes. Okay. Hold on. We could go all day, but listen, that's what Vladimir Putin is doing right now. Vladimir Putin is a number 7. He's Jupiter. He's in the 7th position, and he's drawing out the foolishness of the trans agenda. He's just drawing it out so that they just hang themselves on their own rope. He's doing the Socratic method on the world right now. And I just deified Putin. Yes, I just gave Putin Socrates status, which is the highest compliment anybody could give. And you got to admit, man, he's got that pistol walk. That pistol walk, Socrates was a master swordsman. Mic drop.
So irony is a weapon. That's what we got. Irony is the way that you call your weapon your iron. It's irony. Damn, dude. This is huge. I'll never forget that. We create the straw man ourselves.
Is this going to be a 3-parter?
No, we can do this. We can do this. Let's go. Chop, chop. We got more. There's a lot more. All right. Going back to the slides. We're now here in He Who Remains office. They've taken a seat. They're sipping their tea. The double cross is imminent. And he starts talking about to Sylvie, especially. He says to Sylvie, it's been a long journey for you. A lot of running, a lot of pain. What he just said is the definition of netsack. Netsack is endurance. It is victory through long suffering, a long journey. So proof of it right there. And then to Loki, he says, you're a flea on the back of a dragon. And I don't know if I have, honestly, that probably could be a Hod reference in itself, because Hod is glory and Loki is, being a flea on a dragon is probably the most glorious thing a flea could ever achieve. We'll just move on though. I just wanted to point out the long journey, a lot of running, a lot of pain, because that's netsack. I mean, these are the two pillars. This is the right hand and the left hand. Yeah, there's Triskelions in the background. Oh man, the background of his office is nuts. All right, so there's this very, very specific pose that he does. I'm going to zoom in on it. See how he's crouching on his chair. He does this not once, he does this twice in the scene that I caught. All right. That's the exact pose of the devil card. We already just said he who remains HWR equals 15 in Gematria. That's the devil card. Also, there's this word that is kaf samek, KS. That equals 80. Kaf is, I think kaf is 20, samek is 60. I'm pretty sure that's the way it adds up. But this word, KS, it means throne. I also think that it's phonetically the same as Cush, which means black. And Cush is one of the grandsons of Noah. It's the father of Bacchus or Orion or Nimrod or all of those same mythological characters. It's so circular because Bacchus is also Noah, but Cush is a grandson of Noah. So it's like a time loop in and of itself. But yeah, it's clearly would be pronounced as Cush. Means throne. He's on a throne. Equals 80. We're looking for things that equal 80 all the way. And there's the devil. Woohoo. Okay. What else? Do I have anything to say about that?
They even have the fireplace on Loki's tail here. Like the placement of the fire is behind the ass of the masculine.
There you go.
Yeah, this is a perfect catch. You're nailing it.
Yeah, and what is it that's binding them to the devil? The very next thing that happens, he pulls out the book of life.
Buddy.
Everything about them, who's been naughty, who's been nice. This is Santa Claus. This is Saturn's role as authority and lawgiver, the devil. He's laying down the law right here. He shows them that he knows everything they're going to say and do before they do it. He has prescribed everything. Prescribed means pre-written. This is the prescription. He's Dr. Satan, basically. I don't know what else to say. Like, whenever someone hands you a prescription, they're not handing you a here's my recommendation for what you should do. It is, I am predicting that this is what you're gonna do. Like, just the word prescription should freak people the hell out. Prediction, prescription, prescribed. It's all the same thing. All means the same thing.
Yes.
And he's the Pope. This is the papacy. He's handing them he's stowing the book at them. He's literally showing them their straw man. He's showing them their two-dimensional identity. Their names are not Loki and Sylvie on here. It's L1130 and L1190. It's their damn social security numbers. It's so obvious what this is a metaphor for. It's everything we just talked about. It's completely obvious.
Yep. And he's the king, so he controls the ink, right? The king and the ink that comes out of the Fornax constellation where the ink is made. Also, the printing press constellation is really close here. There is a printing press constellation, strangely enough, right in this run as the Pegasus is coming out of the neck of Medusa. And that's building up the paperwork. Like, we think of snowflakes building towers of snow, but that's also the paperwork piling up. And, give thanks to John McHugh for confirming to us that all aspects of the written information are signified by the Pegasus square. It is the symbol of the four-cornered tableau that is like essentially all written documentation in the heavens. And then another thing that he's doing here,
that part of the sky clock, the Pegasus square part of the sky clock, not only is it the book, the cube, the field, it's the Garden of Eden. All the components of the Garden of Eden story are in that part of the zodiac, or the sky, I should say. So again, this is the fall of man we're witnessing. The fall of man is the winter season in the microcosm. It's this false identity in the macrocosm. This is everything. This is like we're describing this is original sin. Like this is the whole
Yes.
dogma.
Totally. And another thing that's kind of implicit here is that he can put words in their mouth. It's like by him saying, I already know all the things you're going to say, he's also inadvertently saying, I just might decide that you said something that, that is what I put in your mouth because I control the documentation. So this also
He's the
has deep
author and the
fakes.
authority. Author, authority. It's the same thing.
Yes. Yeah, so this is the signifying deep fakes and the hazard thereof. Uh, and Pegasus is so significant. It's uh, I'm going to send you another graphic, but yeah, this is and isn't it fascinating that it's like you get behind the man behind the curtain, and again, it's just gimmicks. It's not any kind of laser beams or aliens. It's just paperwork. Wah wah wah.
All right, what do you got for me? Here we go.
Okay,
Here it is.
I sent you one. This is yeah, this is our Pegasus weave. Um, so during the Great Honkening on like February 2nd, a couple years ago, wasn't that 2 years ago now? Coming up?
Yeah, sounds right. Yeah.
Or was that just 1 year ago?
I don't know, guys. When did the
Uh,
truckers all start honking?
yeah, the Great Honkening. It took place on February 2nd, which is Groundhog's Day. It is the time of year when we're going by the goose and the swan and the Pegasus constellation. And during the Great Honkening, look at this woman under this horse. Look at this exact moment that the transgression took place. Look at the anatomical impeccability of this woman under a horse. And there's even some other person knocked down next to her. And now go up and look at Andromeda. She's fused into the horse. She's confused into the horse. Her head is in the whiteness of this Pegasus. The Andromeda constellation has some really fascinating stars that do really fascinating, unique things at certain times of the year. There's meteor showers, but Andromeda is signified by a hostage, somebody who is chained up. She's at the equinox line and she's an offering to the sea monster. And Perseus has to come and save her with a flying horse. This woman gets trampled by a horse at exactly the time of year that the sun is marking the Pegasus. We're coming into Aquarius, marking this Pegasus. And then there's a lady way up north in Canada. She's a Mohawk, Native American Mohawk tribe woman. She gets trampled. Um, it is so fascinating, this headline, um, because it happened in the time that the constellations are expressing the traumatic event that happened. This is going to be an echo that repeats. But the thing about the goose signifies alarm. I'm sorry, no, geese and swans were kept as alarm birds. And so they would honk when horses were coming to invade the city. So there's a literal anode cathode to the goose and the horses in terms of alarm and honking and giving people warning signs. These totems are ancient and they've been re implemented to steer humanity into stampeding one another. But then this is also fascinating, and I won't go into this, but there's a Schopenhauer weave here. Schopenhauer got in a kerfuffle with an old woman on his steps and they had a lawsuit that lasted years. And then when she
Kerfuffle
died,
is a
he wrote a
Canadian word.
curse. Perfect. That's perfect.
I
That's
learned
just
that
perfect.
I had to learn Canadian words because of marrying a Canadian so that we could communicate with each other. Kerfuffle. That's one of theirs.
Nice, nice. So he wrote a curse on her last payment. That is like the old woman is gone and the debt is paid off. But the reason why it's a long story, but this does relate because the report was that this woman died, and there was they sensationalized it like they do so that when we find out she didn't die, we'll dismiss the whole event like it didn't happen. And then it slips into the subconscious kind of fictionalized realm that we're eager to stay comfortable and dismiss things as fiction because one little detail was off. Uh, but I just thought this was fascinating because it relates to Schopenhauer in a lot of other ways. But I just thought I'd share this so people could see the anatomy of how they build up a story, and we think we know what happened. They're like, oh, they killed that woman, and then the lightning bolt strikes, and the whole story comes toppling down to the ground, and people are like, that was just fiction. It's all that's misinformation, disinformation. But the fact of the matter, something did happen. Something really profound happened, and it corresponds to the stars in ways that they can't dismiss. They could tell me that all of that was bullshit, and I'm still standing here saying, "Oh my God, you guys were doing a cosmodrama. It was a cosmodrama," and they can't erase that substance of the story. As much as they want everybody to dismiss the whole thing for one flaw, the structure still stands.
Well, and you're also back to the fiction element of it all, how people in this straw man universe, fake self, the real matrix, if you will, they are controlled by fiction. It's lost on most people that the news is part of the entertainment industry. The news, the news is fiction that is sometimes correlate with reality, but you have no way to know whether or not it happens to be at this moment. Just like I could go pull a novel off of the shelf of my bookshelf, and some parts of that novel are based in things that really happened to the author, and that's how they knew how to write about it. But it's still fiction. That's basically the news. It's just fiction. So in every which way, we're in the grand metaphor of this whole show, the sacred timeline, is that the sacred timeline is fiction. There's no such thing as history, folks. Surprise. There's just right now. That's all that exists. And the whole concept is fiction.
Right. Yeah. There's an old staple in conspiracy circles of they put fiction in your news and they put truth in your fiction. And if you just kind of stand by that or keep that in your pocket, it serves out pretty well usually.
Boosh. All right. So this is, you ready for the mechanics? Ready for the mechanism? I got your mechanism right here. All right. So this is the point where he, he's just, showed them their entire book of life, their whole straw man's entire history, their whole journey. And this is the point where he starts talking about how, hey, you can't get to the end until you've been changed by the journey. All right. So he's at the top of the tree. He's Kater. He's emanating down. That's what makes him the author or the authority. Their existence is emanating from him in the Tree of Life. They are at the bottom of the Tree of Life. They left Malkut a long time ago. They've already passed through Yesod, but they split at Yesod and went left and right. Okay. And they're on what's called the path of return, the path up the tree. Now, there's this strategy that the writing team has admitted to being how they wrote this show. And it's like an 8 steps path where they create this wheels within wheels, actually, because there's micro and macro versions of this going on. If you pay attention in the show, this process where it starts with you, aka the protagonist. So this is happening to every character. All right. We'll use the example of earlier in the show, Loki. It starts with Loki getting caught by the TVA. And then step 2 is he needs something. He needs to get free of the TVA. But they want him to help them so he can't get free. 3, you go on a quest. He goes out searching for a way to get himself free of the TVA. 4, he finds the drawer of time cubes and infinity stones and all that bullshit. Step 4, that's step 5. He finds it, right? He realizes that it doesn't work. It's not exactly what he needed. 6, at this point, the taking of what he found takes something from him. where there's an emotional cost. He realizes, oh, I'm not so special after all. 7, he returns to where he started. He's at the back to the office where Mobius was interrogating him. 8, he's changed. He's now no longer the same guy he was before he went on that little circle. All right. So the whole show, and now he's willing to help, right? So he's changed. The entire show is built in this mechanism, wheels within wheels. And if you really pay attention, you know, there's a micro cycle of this going on constantly in the show. And then there's a macro aspect where the whole season is this process. Okay. But guess what? The news is fiction. The news is putting you on this wheel, and this is the hamster wheel. This is the rat race. This is the eternal return, for good or bad. This is the wheel of time. Exactly. The truth is, this is the way time really works because it's about change. But there's, I think, a hijacking of this process where the the change that's going on is being prescribed for you rather than it being kind of a natural process. Think about, like, you just brought up the super scary Capitol riot or the Great Honkening, things like that. Think about how those people went on a quest, searched for what they needed. They found it. We're going into the Capitol. It costs something. They returned to where they started, which is jail. Because their problem was they felt like their freedoms were being infringed on. Well, they landed in your freedom is infringed on. So where did it go wrong? It was part 2 where you were sold that you need something. You need something. And they get you to the point where, based on you believing that you needed something, when you get all the way back to the return, what's changed is, yeah, you do fucking need that. It's the classic corporate, like, selling you a shittier version of something that they actually stole from you. I don't know how else to put it. Does this make sense? Like, we really got to understand, this is the mechanism. This mechanism, for good or ill. But this is good story writing, and this is good social engineering. It works on many levels. Yep. This is based in, this is like a simplified, refined, scientifically applied version of the hero's journey from what's his face? Help me out.
Yes.
I'm losing it.
Yes.
Who was the philosopher?
Campbell.
The hero with Joseph Campbell, Hero with 1,000 Faces. And he says, every step you took to get here, I paved the way. He's the author. He's the authority. He knows this wheel. He knows the whole circle. And that's what you got to, that's what we understand, that we, but if you need a way to maybe someday explain this to someone who's ready to get off of the hamster wheel, it's to help them start to see how this process can be used in social engineering manipulation against them, or, how they can use it if they're a writer, whatever. This is this is Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance.
Yes.
Like, because what the guy's like, he goes to the psychiatrist because he's been told that he needs to get his mind right, and by the time he goes through the whole process and he finds the surgery, it takes something from him that he didn't expect. He returns to where he started, or where he thought he was, which is, I need fucking mental help. But he's changed, and now he really does need it. Now his mind really is fucked up. Do you see what I mean? Like that in the art of motorcycle maintenance author's story is exactly this in the like evil usage, where he didn't actually need something, but they sold him that he needed it. And when he gets around the wheel, he definitely needs it now.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Whatever that motorcycle maintenance movement is for other people, good for them. Good on you. That's great. Zen is awesome. I'm gonna come at it with the conspiratorial, accusatory perspective, because essentially what I see is normalizing that a man gets to a midlife crisis and then just signs himself off to his wife and his shrink to get zapped. is this going to turn into a Vanilla Sky? Are they going to market the Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance into a Vanilla Sky situation where you come to your whatever, a little bit of conflict in your life and you start to question yourself and you're like, hey, maybe they could just zap me into an eternal recurrence, the most perfect day, and I could just live in this whatever in the metaverse. That seems to be potentially where that normalizing the motorcycle maintenance experience could lend to an entire industry of spinning the midlife crisis into a captured uh, problem reaction solution, or uh, thesis, antithesis, synthesis procedure, which is kind of what this wheel you're talking about relates to the Hegelian thing. But I want to point out Hegel never said problem, reaction, solution, but PRS does spell the press. So the press is well familiar with this hero's journey Hegelian synthesis procedure, but they call it PRS, problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah, it's like an even simpler version of it in a sense, but it's based in this process. This is like the nuance to it. All right. Then he says, like, this whole thing of him taking his time, you know, is about getting everyone in the right mindset to finish the quest. Well, what does finishing the quest mean? It means killing the devil. It means killing. It's the patricide, right? That all the savior gods have to do. They have to kill the father and take his place. It's part of the deal. Well, this word KLL, Kaf Lamed Lamed, is in Hebrew gematria equals 80. It's basically the word kill. It also, but it means rule, completion, finish, or to make whole. And look, with those letters, you could derive the word kill, hill, quill, the pen, cal, coal, cull, coal. So once they kill him or they cull him, his fire will become coals. They'll be the new king of the hill, the rock on which the kel, which means church, is built, where they can quill a new scripture. All of this is part of this completion moment of killing the devil. It's crazy. But when you see, you can make a whole sentence out of the words that come out of these letters in this moment. It's wild. It's wild. So there's a lot to that. The gematria just leads you to great places. And he says, or Loki's like, okay, so to you, it's all a game then. Back to the letter P, the Pethro rune, it means fate, the unknowable, play and games. So hello, this is them running up against fate. And they find out that fate is just playing a game with them. It's the Pethro rune. It's just showing up right here. So there's like whatever way you look at it, as pi, as Pethro, as Pey, it's all over this episode. All over it. And I'm trying to move a little quicker because, but the point is the game that's being referred to here, one sec, is the game is the game that the heroes are playing. The heroes game, the Hieros Gamos, that's the alchemical sacred marriage, Gamos, marriage. That's what this is all about. So it's all a game for you, the heroes. Yes, this is the Hieros Gamos. Absolutely.
Nice. Yes. And Hieros Gamos is an HG. There's our Mercury, number 80 on the periodic table, Mercury.
80. Same as the letter Pey, HG. That's the letters for Mercury. Good call. Didn't even think about that.
Yeah, buddy. Would you say if I were to talk about like game in the terms of like animal, like it's fair game, like in terms of hunting, does it denote birds in particular to you, or does it also include like deer and rabbits? Is it
everything,
all encompassing, or is it's everything? Okay,
but it does fit into Pethro because you're eating something. The game is something that you eat, which is the mouth, right? the Pethra rune looks like an
Yes.
open mouth. And where do you go to get the game? You have to go into the unknowable.
Yes.
You have to test your luck out in the woods. That's totally a
Yes.
thing.
Yes. And so, well, we mentioned this on the last episode, but the Perth is the location that the black swan was discovered, making the term black swan immortalized as like this unexpected impossibility coming true. So there is a swan aspect, which is in the Grus in Aquarius. So yeah, again with the swan and the Perth tying in.
And you know, the Greek word for game starts with the letter pi. It starts with pi alpha iota, so pay essentially. And then it's a longer word than that, but it's like pechnidi, something like that. But the fact is that it starts with pay, which is the Pethro. There's something there. There's like clearly deep roots that connect all these languages. So where are we at? Next slide. We're back with Renslayer and Mobius. He is saying, I think people are ready to hear a little truth now. You know, like the TV is a lie. Yeah, the TV is a lie, obviously. But she says, what if it's a necessary one? This is a big deal. This is a really big deal. Big theme. The necessary evil. All right. The only way a necessary evil can occur as a concept is if you have the idea of time. Hear me out. This is so important. Everyone needs to understand this, like in the world. All right. It's simple. Justifying an evil act or a not good thing done now with the premise of it's for a better future is a lie, because now is all that exists. So you're just fucking up the now. There is no justifying something bad for something good later. It's not how it works. All right. There is such a thing as delayed gratification. There's doing something hard that becomes something good, but those are good things. That means that that thing was good. All right. But it, I know that what I've said in the past may contradict what I'm saying now, that like in the end, the evil is kind of an illusion because even all evil serves good in some way, which is true. That is true. But the point is you can't justify evil to do it now for the sake of the future. It just doesn't work. It's never worked. It will never work because now is all that exists. You're just making you're making now evil. You're just putting evil into the world. Now, there's another thing to consider as well, which may seem a little left of field, but let's talk about the theory of evolution for a second, because I think that that's part of what I think that is a evil act that had this idea behind it of justifying a better future. And hear me out. The theory of evolution, what was the major philosophical shift behind that? It takes God out of the present moment and puts God in the future as our future selves. The theory of evolution is the left-hand path. It's the becoming God path. All right? Think about it. The idea is that humans will evolve into the future. If that happens on an infinite timeline, eventually we become God. That's what you're being sold with the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution says there is no God except you in the future. But do you see how do you see how this entire show is selling you the theory of evolution? Because they reach the end of the cycle, the end of the great year, whatever you want to call it, and they find God, and then they kill God, and evolution kills God. That's like metaphorically. That's the point of it. Kills God and makes you God. There's that's something to unpack more in a future conversation, I'm sure. But like that, when we're talking about ends justify the means, you're actually talking about the theory of evolution, and you're killing God. You're killing good. Ends justify the means kills good. And That's what I think a big theme of this show actually was, to be like the whole time, sort of secretly.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Uh, she has just received a communique from Kang also, if I recall. She's like just gotten that information from Miss Minutes. And Miss Minutes says, "Oh, he thinks that you needed this information would be better for you." And so then they cut away, and when they come back, Renslayer, it's like as though she's read the memos. She's got the plans to the Death Star. She knows the operation here. And what is kind of neat for me is the fortune card is it's the plans, it's the Machiavellian mechanistics. It's the plans for the machine that Machiavelli put forward. So the fact that she just communicated with Kang is telling me she has the plan. She just read the Machiavellian plans, and so for her to say only the person, only one person, the person who is in charge, actually has a sense of freedom. That's Machiavellian uh, narrative rhetoric. That's rhetoric that comes out of Machiavelli, and so is this necessity aspect. These are all just Machiavelli quotes. Kill them before they kill you.
Well, I think there may be a thing going on with Machiavelli similar to Hegel, where the spirit of the writing might not be exactly what people interpret out of it. So we know what we mean when we say Hegelian or Machiavellian. Are we doing service to the man himself when we say that? Do we really know? That's part of like the weird thing about news is fiction, right? That's like, that's not Machiavelli. That's not Hegel. That's the idea that's transmitted through all these different accounts. And yes, Zachary, that's Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson's in this show. Yeah, Dylan's backing me up. Machiavelli never said that the ends justify the means. He wrote, one must consider the final result. A very different statement, right? But there's an egregore of Machiavelli that's put into that ends justify the means status, just like there's the egregore of Hegel that's misunderstanding and leaving out all kinds of good work in philosophy just to paint him with the picture. I think it's scapegoating, basically. I think it's scapegoating that happens. It's like the Me Too charges that get levied against somebody, which turns everyone else away from looking into their work more deeply. But that's a side note. And let's get into what you're just saying about the one person gets to be in charge. Before she says that, she says, you know what would happen if we didn't improve the timeline? Chaos, death. Well, in the Orphic tradition, the unaging Kronos was engendered, whatever that means, generated by earth and water and produced aether, chaos, and an egg. The egg produced the hermaphroditic god Phanes, who gave birth to the first generation of gods and is the ultimate creator of the cosmos, Cosmocrator. So why I'm bringing that up, chaos, this whole chaos thing, we didn't prune the timeline. Pruning, what do you do when you prune? You clip something off of it, right? What happens to Kronos? His eggs get cut off. He gets his nuts cut off by his son being Zeus, or in this case, Phanes, coming out of the egg. The exact same story is how Brahman or Brahma is said to have created from chaos. So absolutely the identical origin story between Hinduism and Greek. That's a true story. Now, this is what I found really interesting. This one statement. Only one person gets free will, the one in charge. And what she just said about chaos is like we're thinking Kronos is the one in charge, the one who generated all of this stuff, that the whole cosmos comes out of his egg that he engenders. Actually, earth and water engendered Kronos, which is even more interesting, that earth and water are pre-existing, like that's the earth goddess or the sea goddess, the pre-existing, that's Maya, essentially. When we say earth and water, we're talking about Mary. It's Mary time. It's the law. Mary time. That's why Mary is before time in that phrase. Mary begets Kronos, essentially. In the idea, back to the idea of Yesod, the foundation of the tree of life, the sacral, the generative organs, where the where everything comes from. This statement I'm going to read from the book that PK hooked me up with about Hebrew gematria and Kabbalah. Through countless generations, the one life perpetuates its utterance. It's Pey. It's the tower. Utterance. Logos. By means of successive generations of human bodies. That is why the wise say that in Yesod is the field of renewal through procreation. That is why never blaspheme the source of life. Genesis says, be fruitful and multiply, but there is a fruitfulness beyond that of the flesh and a multiplication of the power of life having children. Thus in the word Yesod, you may read Yod Sod or Sod Yod, the secret of Yod. Forms are manifest in varying degrees, and when it is your office to bring forth subtle forms, you fail if you miss your opportunity through the false belief that in bringing forth of forms less subtle, there is any essential failure. This sounds all very complicated. There's a couple things I want to point out. All right. It's saying that all life is a generation of the one life. This is back to the Kant that I was explaining, how your true self, or what we could understand as the self philosophically, it is not the witness. It is not that which is attending to the inner experience or attention to the outer experience. Because that is a recursion that never ends. That's the ring around Saturn. Okay? It's the witness that sees the witness that sees the witness. Who is noticing that you're noticing that you're noticing that you're noticing? It will always go back in recursion. It's an endless loop. That's the ring. That's the false self. The real self is the temporal action upon which these attendings of the inner and the outer change, around which they revolve. Okay? Because the temporal action is, I like that. I don't like that. I like that. I don't like that. That's the temporal action. That's what's changing. That's what's turning the wheel. And that's what's influencing and affecting what happens on these inner and outer parts of the wheel, of the inner world and the outer world. All right. So the one life that is perpetuating all things through its utterance is the part of you that throttles and expands the subjectivity of the flow of time by how much enthusiasm and theos you have for what you're experiencing. So you're really into it. It's super fun. Time flows differently than when it's really boring. You hate it. Okay? This is all through the foundation of the sacral energy, which is that spark of oh yeah, that feels good. And that sounds good. That tastes good. That's the pleasure of it. The pleasure or the lack of pleasure, the desire for it, the non-desire for it, the fullness or the emptiness and the hunger. These are the things that turn the wheel of time. And this is also where children come from. You know, that same exact energy center. It's the nutsack and the ovaries. And what this is saying philosophically is that not only is the time inside of you, your true self, your connection to Kronos, not only is that the same in every other person, like that's the real I am, you know. I am hungry. I am full. I am happy. I am sad. All these things we say. That the things we create beyond just physical children also are expressions of that one life. So what we're seeing in this show is actually an example of what I'm talking about here. That, how could they pack so much into this show? Do they really know all the stuff that we're talking about? No, man. They generated this through their creative faculties. And that means God made it. That means that Kronos made it. That means that the one life is what generated this. So, of course, it's going to reflect the pattern, the pater, the father, through itself. And that's my weave on this. This is a big deal, man, this whole idea of the one life. And this project has helped me understand it beyond any way I've ever been able to explain it before, which is super exciting.
Nice. That's awesome. So this putting, she's saying, oh yeah, there's free will, sure, but not for you. Only
Well, let's
the
talk
person in
about the charge.
gets the free will.
Black's Law Dictionary, charge. Charge, to impose a burden, obligation, or lien, to create a claim against property, to claim, to demand, to accuse, to instruct a jury on matters of law. To instruct a jury on matters of law is a charge. So I could keep going. In the first sense above given, a jury in a criminal case is charged with the duty of trying the prisoner, or as otherwise expressed with his fate or his deliverance. As soon as they are impaneled and sworn, at this moment, the prisoner's legal jeopardy begins. This is altogether a different matter from charging the jury in the sense of giving them instructions on matters of law, which is a function of the court. So the point being, the person in charge is the one who imposes burdens and obligations to create claims. So what does that mean in context with the TVA and the fiction? Is first, it all begins back at the claims court. Like, gotta claim, hey, you need this. Oh, I do? And that's what sets them on the wheel of, I guess I need that. And then they come around all the way around the circle and they're in jeopardy throughout that process. And then depending on how the jury finds them, they may actually, in fact, be wanting of whatever it is that they've been charged with, or, the burden that has been imposed on them by the advertising of, like, the news or the fiction that says you need this product or you need this cowpoke or et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So this is what they are talking over and around and not being fully transparent on is equity. Machiavelli wrote about equity. Everybody should study the dialogues, the Mylian dialogues. This is an island that was being invaded by the Phoenicians, probably Athens, and there was a treaty between an incredibly powerful naval force that could overthrow this island in their sleep. And there's a back and forth, a conversation that takes place there. And that conversation establishes for the rest of eternity that equity does not exist between unequal forces. If you don't have the ability to fight back, then you shouldn't even be talking about equity. They're doing you a service by even entertaining conversation. They should have overrun you a long time ago. And so all these people in the social justice movement, they're going to be talking about equity like it's a real thing, and they're going to get the lip service to actually keep flapping their gums, but they're still going to sign the contracts on the bottom. You don't have equity if you're on the bottom of the contract. You have to be entitled. You need your name in the title. Now you have free will. But if you go giving all this blabbing your words about equity and you still sign the document at the bottom, you are subject. You are underthrown. Understanding. Subject, sub means under, ject means throne. If you're the subject, you are under the throne. But also, there's a Twilight decode here, you have not thrown hard enough. You haven't you haven't projected your presence enough. So you were underthrown. This is sin. This is hamartia, missing the mark. You under projected. You didn't pull that string hard enough. You are not in equity just yet. So if you study the Mylean dialogues, you will realize that equity is not the word that they're throwing around out there. And we may, if you did get equity, it turns out you're no longer in the system. You're actually in the wilderness and you're working in favors. And you can no longer get receipts or written documents. It's all word of mouth in equity. Equity is secretly you're in the wilderness and there's nobody can keep track of the body count. You're literally outside of society if you're in equity, but they're not going to tell you that because you got to pay the non-disclosure agreement to get outside and work with no receipts. It's also in Job, by the way. Equity comes up in Job where God is like, I do what I want, son. I got all the power. So equity is it's a black pill. Equity is a black pill.
I know you just laid down a lot. I gotta kind of scoot past it though. No offense, anybody watching. Gotta look. I'm starting to feel the time clock. You know, like whoa, shit, we've been here 3 hours and 20 minutes, but we're crushing. This is incredible. I mean, where do you get weaves like this, people? You know it. I mean, how many people are even on our level? We love you for being here. It's awesome that there's even an audience for this type of philosophy. Anyway, we zoomed up a slide and I noticed on the wall a clock that is a sun because Kronos is the sun. It's a clock with 12 rays. It's the zodiac. Heyo. Thought you might
dude, and
get some vindication out of that, Dylan.
There's a boat on the ceiling.
Oh, damn.
Doesn't that look like a boat to you?
That's the hull of a boat. Why would you ever make a ceiling that looked like that? That is totally a boat.
So that's totally a boat. So the Carina is like the hull of the boat, the heel of the boat. And in the heel of the boat is the homunculus homunculus nebula with another baby homunculus nebula inside of that homunculus nebula. So whenever I see the heel of the boat, I'm thinking double, it's almost like a babushka homunculus, which I think threads to the Nicene Creed. I think Nicene Creed is a fun anagram that ties into the Carina, I forget that project, but the Carina constellation ties to the Nicene Creed.
Oh yeah, I'm about to bring up the Nicene Creed. You just hold on. You're a few slides ahead of me. You always, I said this earlier, like you just run faster than me, and I follow behind, just like trying to scoop up the shit that you missed. It works. We got a good dynamic. So, next slide. Ravonna defeats Renslayer defeats Mobius, but she does not kill him. She lets him go, and she goes into her little time door, and she says, "In search of free will," which I think another thing to say about this is that the whole theme of the episode being the tower and the tower path on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life going between Had and Netzach is the solar plexus. The Yesod is below that, the sacral, and above that is the solar plexus, which is the will center. So really this episode is talking about the journey from the sacral center to the will center and then beyond. And that's our Mars energy, which is the tower. So it all, has correspondence, integrity in its correspondences. This episode does. Then
nice.
Next we see.
I want to weave on this. His feels. He just got kicked in his feels. He falls back on the files. The wide open files are scattered all over the place. And she's all nice and tidy. She has her files are in a briefcase. She's ready to go off to work. You can make sure you clean up this house while I'm off chasing chasing he who remains. So yeah, him getting kicked down the stairs into his feelings that are all scattered. But remember, he signed documents right there. So this is what he signed up for. So this is a wedding, marriage, divorce metaphor to the max. And let's keep in mind that the story that is paralleling it again has to do with Loki's animus pursuing the big black man who has all the fruits and all the good knowledge in the man with the plan. So there's just, it's so profound
Yes.
how
And
triggering this is.
the moment that he she opens the door while he's on his ass, right? He falls backwards on his ass, and then a door opens and they're separated. That's the fool. That's the beginning of the journey. The alchemical marriage happens at the end. That's the universe card. And then because the universe card happens, like the whole cycle is complete. And then the alchemical marriage is finished and they get divorced. The fool falling backwards on his back. The door opens, it separates from one point of the timeline to the new point. The cut happens. The door is the cut. Because later in the episode, Loki and Sylvie's moment where they get separated is after their alchemical marriage. It's the question is, are we fighting or fucking? These two were fighting. Sylvie and Loki were doing a bit of both, metaphorically. He falls backwards on his ass through the door, and then they're separated. Like the exact same thing happens. It's the fool moment. It's like we're gone from 22 to 0.
Okay, Chance, this is nuts. This is so fun, man. We are fucking, we're having such a good time. Okay, for one, where we go, where we go, one, we go all. Where are you gonna go? Wigwa. Where we go, we're gonna all go, right? Is in his question. This is totally a divorce metaphor, but think of, we just witnessed domestic violence. We just witnessed him. Oh, you're going to leave me? We'll see about that. And he goes up to sing, and she just takes the stick and kicks him in the. I mean, it's no kung fu at all. No kung fu
And
at
she's the
all.
judge, remember? She's the judge. So this
she's
is the point where the husband tries to like get a little physical with his wife, and the judge kicks his ass.
yes, and then she leaves. So technically, this is a display of domestic violence that just happened. Not technically, no, non-technically, untechnically, this is a display of domestic violence. And now, in hindsight, we just had in the real world analog a retroactive reflection back to the romantic interest of the film actually assaulted the masculine, but we don't consider it that. We just don't think of it that way. But she did. She just put the smackdown on him, and now she's leaving the relationship, just like a domestic violence case. Which, okay, hold on. This is so big. The reason why women are exempt from domestic violence is because they don't have the ability to leave. That's the presumption that makes it a one-sided charge. Because women are presumed not to be able to leave. That's what they're presumed to be, trapped in a corner, stuck in a corner. The blocking of this scene is actually reversing that presumption in a fascinating way, because she does have the freedom to leave. She's even flaunting it in her words as she walks out the room. I'm out of here. I got free will. Peace. I'm gone. That is the exact opposite of the presumption that makes all domestic violence charges masculine bias. This is a profound scene, especially because Kane just got arrested or just went through the trial in public, the humiliation ritual. Really profound.
Yeah, totally. It's this. There's a lot to that. I'm just gotta leave it. I gotta leave it and move forward. There's a lot to that, though. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I mean, this was just the first time that I'm realizing that there's a falling on the ass parallel between and a door opening and the woman leaving, sort of. But instead of in the other one, the woman, the second time the woman doesn't leave, she kicks the man out. But it's kind of the same thing.
You are totally right. Yes, this will be like an anode, and we're going to see a cathode of it in a little bit. But I just want to remind everybody, you're going to hear it a million times more. The falling backwards is the Thoth deck Fool card. It is very unique and significant. It had to do with the Hamlin, Darius Hamlin, the buck that got hit by a Bengal. at the Super Bowl ceremony, he fell backwards.
Oh,
When Thanos
Damar Hamlin.
disappears,
Is that right?
thank you. Yes, and he
Yes.
falls on the 48th. It was the 48th yard line. 48 is the 48th triangular number is 223. I think that's right. Might be 2023, which is the year. That's this year. So there was a 2023 ritual that he hit on the 48-yard line. All of this is just significant about falling backwards. We're going to put a pin in that because it'll come up again.
Okay. Put a pin in that. It'll come up again. But yeah, this show proves itself over and over again to be the question that is in my head is, are they specifically using the Thoth deck because they like Crowley? Or is the symbolism of the Thoth deck coming through because it's the more accurate to the truth of the pattern of nature? That's something I've been wrestling with. Like, as much as you want the great beast 666 Crowley to be the boogeyman, I'm like, well, what if, because that's something I remember when I was really into Tessarion. He would bring it up. He'd be like, hey, love him or hate him, but I got to give Crowley some stars. And he would go on justifying and apologizing for Crowley. Not that he was a Thelemite or any of that, but now I'm starting to wonder, like, is it actually, is their magical system more accurate to reality? Could be like, the writer has got it gets a lot of hits, but it's not hitting like this. So I can't answer that question. I'm going to keep going.
I can't either.
It's something on my mind though, man.
I'll say this very quickly. I do think that the difference between the two tarot decks indicate that not everybody gets along in the extreme high magical rankings. I do think that there's some secular tribes that don't get along. I think that Blavatsky versus Crowley is a legitimate deviation, a legitimate line in the sand, because Crowley removed the word high from the priestess card. So he was demoting the priestess. And I think there's some gay shit going on. I think we could say that Crowley's from the gay freedom, gay rights, pride agenda. And he had a chip on his shoulder against the feminine. So that's the kind of energy you're picking up with that kind of deck. And then the Rider-Waite deck is I think, is pro Blavatsky. But the hazard there is you're playing into NATO. You're playing right into the United Nations. Blavatsky is a high priest of their order. So somewhere up at the top, I think that these two groups don't necessarily get along, but I'm not claiming to know shit about that up to a certain degree. That's above all our pay grade.
Right on. I agree. It's we got our whole lives figured out. We'll keep going. Yeah, okay, so we're returning to the scene with He Who Remains talking to Loki and Sylvie. He says, I understand your moral objections to what the TVA does, and my methods are deceptive. I mean, that's just straight up, it's not even a metaphor. The TV is morally objectable, and the methods are deceptive with the TV. That one's pretty self-explanatory. On this part, though, this is the demon of many names, the daimon of many names, Agatha Daimon. He says, they're asking, like, he's trying to answer the question of who he is. And he says, oh, I've been dubbed many names by many people. Okay, well, what do we know about, in Hebrew, the name of God? He's got a lot of names, eh? Like, tons. So I went in and wanted to find out more about the name of God that equals 80. And I got this, I think it's Chet, Aleph, or Ayin. That's an Ayin. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting a little tired. It's definitely, though, like pronounced like ha hey ah. This is the 12th name in the Shem Ha Mepharash. Shem means name. So the Shem Ha Mepharash is like You know the Ars Goetia, the book of names of demons. The Shem Ha Mepharash is like the good, the angel version or the God version of that. It's the as above. It's the heavenly mirror to all those names in the Ars Goetia. Now, so this is the 12th Shem. Interestingly enough, 12 hands on the clock. The as below equivalent in the Ars Goetia is Sitri, which I think is there's a lot in that name, Sitri. It's like Surtur in Norse mythology, the underworld god, to the Etruscans, Sutri or whatever it is, something like that. That's the Etruscan Pluto. The seal, this is the seal of Sitri. And I promise for anybody worried, just seeing this and us talking about this is not going to summon demons on you unless you really believe it is and you're like, you open yourself up to it with the fear. Sorry, thank you, Dylan. But I thought it was interesting that he poured 3 glasses of tea and the seal of Sitri has 3 T's. Another anagram Sitri might be derived into is Soter, which means savior, but also it's like Saturn. The daemon of many names. I'm attributing this to the idea of Soter here because of the Sitri weave that I pulled out of the many names. You have Poseidon Soter, Zeus Soter, Dionysus Soter, Apollo Soter, Hades Soter, Helios Soter, Athena Soteria, Asclepius Soter, Hecate Sotera. I mean, they change it for male and female. It's slightly different, but the point being, in just this epithet that they attach to basically every god ever is telling me it's all the same guy. It's all Soter. It's the different costumes the sun wears as it's playing different roles as it goes through different parts of the sky. You got a diamond.
So, Chance, you're pinging hard for me with because it's the 12th character. Sure enough, I checked my triangular numbers. 12th triangular number is 78. 78 cards in a tarot deck. But 78, it's also GH, signifying the Mercury, because GH swings both ways. Light, fight, might, plight, right. All the GHs are the conduit in the middle that connects, the channels. However, on the Enneagram, Chance, this is hitting even harder. It's coming through even harder because the 7 to the 8 split is between the thinking groups and the doing groups, the mind and the gut. The 7 to the 8 split is between Jupiter and Saturn. It's a crucial dividing line. It's where Michael is holding the spear. It's the most aggressive, the most assertive personality types are the 7 to the 8 to the 3. And guess what I just decoded recently in my own project? This is as Surtur. As Surtur. Surtur is the character who is the most assertive. He is playing the role of Michael. So this angel Michael in Surtur is the most assertive of the personality types, holding the 7, 8 to the 3 Hornavian group trine in the Enneagram. So this is overlapping perfectly with Michael. This is just ringing.
Actually, it really does, because Judgment Day, Libra, is Michaelmas Day. And right. Surtur initiates the fall of Asgard. So that's going into the fall season. It's Libra, Michaelmas Day. So yeah, bam, nailed it. You're right. It's consistent. There's a system to this.
It's crazy how consistent it is. Yeah, it's really crazy. This is cool. Good grab.
I love it, man. We're crushing. Okay, a little more. We got, I don't know, 20 more slides. We can do this. So the next thing that happens is he starts to tell a story of who he is, how he got to where he is. My gosh, this cosmogony is just riddled with the mystery doctrine. I'm actually going to go through it a little quicker then I could have spent more time on it, but we're so deep already. So he throws his Apple Watch onto the desk, and it becomes this molten mercurial memory metal stuff. And from this memory metal, it starts to form into different images that illustrate the story. So there's this. Okay, remember when I was talking about the ring around time is the recursion loop of the witness. It's I noticed that I'm noticing that I'm noticing that I'm noticing. Who's the I that's doing the noticing? Is it? So there's this idea in he, Hebrew Kabbalah, this word that's, let's see, Aleph, Pey, Dalet, I think. APD. I think that's what it is. Sorry if I got the last letter wrong. I know it's Aleph and Dalet, or Aleph and Pey. I'm bad at Hebrew. It's tough. Could have prepared better. But the word means to clothe, to glorify, steadfast, to bind about, to gird, steadfastness, constancy. But what this book describes it as is the no thing. That's the one life. You're not a noun, right? It's the true I am. It's the verb. It's the thing that's causing action. It's the spoke or the center of the wheel. It's what's turning the wheel. The no thing establishes apparent limitation within itself by circumscribing a field of manifestation in which to express its infinite potencies. So the ring around time, the recursion loop of your witness, that aspect, that's the limitations on what you can perceive at any one moment, and so that's the ring, like, you see what I'm saying with this? The ring around time is your is your limitation. It's but that clothing can go out and in. It can dilate, contract, expand. Like when you're sitting in a room, the ring, in a sense, is the boundaries of the room. When you're outside and this open sky, the boundaries is the whole sky. So that's going on.
Yes,
I'm going to keep going.
This is profound. I want to say that this ring and what you just laid out, it corresponds to Hegelian cosmology. And if you can get into the three layers of the Dasein, then your ring, that's your jurisdictional field, has emanational values. And there are the three different aspects of that I think corresponds with what you just laid out. That Hegelian, I think of it as topographical, those three different layers. But yeah, I think that the people running the show use I'm sorry, I said Hegel. I meant Heidegger. I do that all the time. The Heideggerian three layers of philosophy, I think, is implicit to that ring. And then also the ring of Gyges is like the original MacGuffin, where you can get this ring that makes you turn invisible, and it's presumed that you would use it to overthrow the world if you had it. But I think it's actually just knowing the difference between private and public, that you can disappear on and off the record.
Well, okay, and let's also throw in there Gödel and his incompleteness theorem, because there's two things to consider. Is God outside of the creation or is God inside of the creation? Really important philosophical question. So if you understand it the way I've been describing it, that that God or time is inside of this circle at the very center, Gödel's incompleteness theorem, to put it in a nutshell, says that when you circumscribe a thing, when something is put within a circle, it can only be, things within the circle can only be defined by that which are outside of it. Well, that which is out, you have to have something outside of a circle to measure something inside of a circle. If all you got is the circle and what's inside it, there's nothing to measure it, because there's nothing relative to it. It's just what's there. So it becomes infinite, or it's it's indefinable. Same thing. Undefinable is the same as infinite. So what this is describing is the ring is what gives is also infinity. It is what it's necessary structurally to have infinite potency, infinite potential, right? Whenever you put God outside of the ring and you try to define yourself by that cosmology, then all of a sudden you enter a realm of extremely diminished potency. You see what happens there? Like this is part of the spell casting, is that they tell you that God is outside of space and time, or up in the heavens beyond what is visible, because the ring is space in a sense, like physical space. And all of a sudden you become weak, you become subservient, you become a slave. Your potency is diminished. Part of the dogma is also to tell you that your sexual creative energy is bad and naughty, which is dramatically reducing your potency too. So there's a lot in this. I mean, this isn't like this. People interpret this their own way, but like there's so much programming around this that someone listening to sometime right now or in the future is going to hear what I'm saying. And are you saying I'm God? You're saying you're God? How dare you? You know, and they get really upset and really triggered. I'm just over here like, never said that. The question is like, what cosmology are you living in, though? Because this is the difference between having infinite potential and thus a satisfying and enjoyable life, and a life where you can know God and feel connected to God, left hand path or right hand, and the life where you feel eternally separate, weak, and cut off. It's a big deal.
Yeah, man, this is so profound. And this is again with the fact that they are storyboarding incredible months-long hyper sigils into a single scene that only plays for 5 minutes. And it takes us forever to unpack the implications of such profound symbols. I want to meet the Gödel's incompletion theorem. I want to enter Leibniz and the Leibnizian monad onto the table. And Voltaire's critique against Leibniz. Voltaire turned Leibniz into a character named Pangloss in one of Voltaire's writings. I always forget the title of that book, but Pangloss is a hilarious character who goes through the world saying that this is the greatest possible world, that all things are. He's a pathological optimist. And so everything he sees, no matter how bad it is, he's constantly justifying it or dignifying it with his worldview in a way that is like detrimentally optimistic. But the reason he can do that is because he has God within his monad, or some people have God outside of the monad. And where you place God is an interesting thing. From 1 minute to the next in your worldview. And philosophy has given us words that can attach to the ideas so that I can phantasmagorically convey these visions in my head into your head, so that the morphic statue, the morphic image that I have, can be conveyed into words so you can pick it up. And that has to do with the Loki. The Loki is your loci. It's where it's your perspective. If I start talking from a loci over on this side, then I can change my perspective. I can change my cosmology, and then start coming at the topic from a different loci, a different locus. And that's actually what happens on the Enneagram. You start to gain a sympathetic worldview for other people and how other people function. And so you can change your loci. You can become more sympathetic. Same path I take. You can walk in other people's shoes. All right. But then I want to also mention Plato's Timaeus. In Plato's Timaeus, he's talking about the how the world came into being. And he specifically says that there should never be any substance removed from the creation. Because if you remove any remote substance removed from creation itself, that allows you to open parallel worlds. And then he just moves on with the rest of the story. And you're like, wait a second, you just talked about opening parallel worlds by having any substance removed. I think this is why the acousmatikoia, the Pythagoreans, would only spit their nails to disavow any joinder so that nobody can pick up their nails and presume to put a spell on them. This is what happens with the placenta. This is how they create another world, by picking up any of your essence and generating a false joinder. And this has to do with the proteus and the protein and the creative essence. I'm going to read real quick, Chance. I promise to be quick. Proteus is a king, but his name, that word Proteus, is this morphic blob. I think this is the metis. This is the shape-shifting metamorphosis. This word comes back a million different ways. It's kind of, I think, the essence of the anagram. That I can take a bunch of letters and morph them into something else, and it conveys a deeper meaning to the essence of what was said in the first place. It actually gives like a three-dimensional context. But yeah, Proteus is a sea deity, the son of Oceanus and Tethys. Poseidon gave him the gift of prophecy and the power to assume different shapes. And so when you have a plan, you morph a Proteus vision of what it's going to be. So this is the planning stage.
And that's this memory
and,
metal that we're seeing in this scene.
Right. Yes. And then I want to read Phantastus is another character from the Greek myths and legends, because phantasma is what I do when I convey a vision. Like when I say blue ball and you get a blue ball. Even when I say don't think of a blue ball, you still get the blue ball. It's a tar baby effect, by trying to not do it, it joins onto you, it attaches to you. So that's the tar baby. Phantastus, also called Phantasis, the god of dreams, of inanimate objects, the brother of Hypnos and of Thanatos, death. Morpheus and Isolus were also his brothers, according to some accounts. So I just wanted to put that in the dream. I wanted to add Phantastus to the dream.
Fantastic. Not that far off from Fanny's either. The other thing I gotta say is, after we talked Monday, Mysterious Universe did an episode, the podcast, I love that show, came out on Tuesday, where they were discussing UFOs, as they often do. And in this run of sightings and contact experiences they were describing, the UFOs were leaking some kind of strange red liquid that the hosts, they had no idea what the red liquid was, but in the accounts they were describing, these pools of red liquid were following behind or being left behind from the places where these UFOs were sighted. And there were hunks of debris and metal floating in the red liquid. Metal floating. I'm like, guys, it's red mercury. It's straight up red mercury. So I didn't know where to fit that in, but that was on my mind. We're seeing this literally mercury metal morphing and becoming other things. In this part, he explains the entire cosmogony of Kang, where he found out there's multiple universes. These multiple universes are stacked on top of each other. He figured out how to open doorways between them. So did other versions of himself. They met each other. They had their narcissist moment where they're literally meeting their own reflection, and it's all good at first. However, you see the three stacked universes here. Well, what are those three stacked? How are they illustrating parallel universes? Because that's not a galaxy there. That's a universe. It's a monad with a ring around it. And that's a universe. All right. In Kabbalah, the first emanations, if you will. And this is interesting. It begins with Ein, the pure, undifferentiated, original state of consciousness. It's the fabric of consciousness. It's actually non-conscious in a way. It's in a state of egoless, no I, no self bliss. So that's the void. That's the that's before anything, I guess. That's maybe pure Brahman, you could say. It's the dreaming aspect of Brahman. Then the Ein Sof is the next emanation, the fabric of consciousness as it existed after the initial intensification of consciousness and the consequent self-realization of I, but before the initiation of emanation. So it's not really emanation, but it's like, this is think of it as a sacred geometry. A circle is the Ein, and then two circles is the Ein Sof. Once a monad existed in the fabric, consciousness became differentiated. Then there's the Ein Sof R, the fabric of consciousness as it exists during the perpetual and eternal emanation and unfolding of physical creation emanating consciousness. So it's like, before you have this ring, you can't know that you exist. So it seems like you might think that the ring is a limitation or a prison. People misunderstand all this and they think, oh, we're in a simulation, we're in a prison reality. We're trapped. We can't get out. We're caught in this loop. But actually, without this ring, there is no, you basically don't exist. There's no sense of I am. There's no physical creation. There's no experience of anything. It's just pure undifferentiated consciousness. It's the pleroma. So you can consider these three levels, the Ein Sof, and Ein Sof R, as like the monad, the space between the monad and the outer wall or the ring. And the space, once physical creation happens and emanations happen, and that space starts to get filled up with more identical, like microcosm miniatures of the total larger structure. And interestingly, the fact that every other life form we bump around into, we see, every other human being we interact with is like a microcosm of this universal structure, would mean it's not unreasonable. I don't know. It's, but it's not philosophically unreasonable to imagine other worlds or other universes that have the same structure as this, that are in even a larger superstructure, if you follow. Like the way that they show you atoms, right, that make up a larger body. Well, you know, what if we're atoms in a larger body than that? You could go on infinitely. And so there's this like fractality to the structure that seems evident. That was my best attempt to explain all this. But we need the limitation to have a sense of self.
You know, could you keep this graphic on? This is really fun. It's just it's so cool that you made this graphic. This is just a sync, but no such thing as coincidences. I've looked up insofar, in space, SO space, FAR, in so far as. It's a very common phrase, flies right under the radar very quickly, but it is the same phonetics as ein sof or, right? And it means to the degree that is a synonym for that phrase. And that's an interesting correspondence to that third emanation. But then some other synonyms, this is just kind of neat that it corresponds to them shaking hands in these graphics that you snatched up here. Synonyms: at, because, cause, courtesy, dent, do, accept, herein, in as much, light, necessarily, now, since, that, view, and virtue. But the one I like the best is courtesy, because they're shaking hands to get along. But that's seeing eye to eye. There are other people in this world. There are other universes in this world that need to be able to see eye to eye.
Yeah, all the lives are emanations of the one life. We all kangs. Like that's the metaphor of Rick and Morty, and Rick and Morty's creators did that same, like the showrunners of this show got their whole 8-spoked wheel process of how they wrote this from one of them working on Rick and Morty, which is also a show about parallel universes and all that. Which, and when you think about it, that show is totally a metaphor for exactly what we're talking about. That there's all these different Ricks, parallel Ricks, and everybody. Rick is all there is. You know what I mean? We're all Rick, or we're all Loki. We're all the one life, and that's where compassion comes in. That's where morality comes in. That's an important thing to understand. You know, they're not just mindless machines in a fictional universe. All the other people in the world are alternate selves, alternate lives.
Right. Yep. And this is the difference between tolerance and compassion. Tolerance is like, yeah, we're different and I'm okay with that. But compassion is, I'm actually going to work to try to see the way you see. I'm actually going to leave my territory and step into your skin a little bit so I can be in the same path as you. Come with, pass the same path shown. You're going to show me what it's like to be in your shoes. Different from tolerance. Very different. Chance, can you pull up the graphic that I just sent? Because before we move away from the triple layer, I just want to share what I've discovered. Again, with the Uranus River, this is the unwinding, right? Where he's telling us his grand master plan.
I'm going to keep correcting
you. So this is he's drilling it into us. He's giving us the drill. He's telling us the routine. We're unwinding the Gordian's knot. It turns out, let's see, can you zoom in particularly on the stacked universes there? It turns out the Eridanus void is quantum entangled with the Boötes great void. They're basically the great void of Boötes is number 1, the largest, and the number 2 is the Eridanus void. And it says,
well, to be clear, that's what they're saying about it. Like, you know, that's word salad though, in a sense too, quantum entanglement.
Right. Totally. But what is fascinating is that they are channeling the belief of people who subscribe to NASA to believe that what this plot is based on has a reality correspondence. And they are not, okay, how do I say this? We are guessing the exact location in the heavens of all the fucking stars in the entire canopy, Chance. We are on to these fuckers. We are exactly on the exact location that they are mapping. The psychology, the social engineering of the plot is exactly in the Eridanus River. And what this means is that we are on to them. We are psychologically parallel to the minds that made this story. Because in the Eridanus River is exactly what they're describing as the cornerstone of this plot. And it is that they believe that there are multiple realities stacked on top of each other in this exact location right here that corresponds to what he is telling you was the big plan all along. And I think, can you move around a little bit? So this is also, this river
I want to point
mythology.
Out
this is
Eridanus and Boötes are like opposed to each other on the sky clock. They're across from each other, across the center.
Yes. Boötes is northern.
This all makes me think of how there's like, they're trying to like put the qualities of one side into the qualities of the other. It's almost an alchemical marriage. It's sort of like how when do you remember the submarine thing that happened earlier this summer where they're putting everyone's mind down at the bottom of the ocean and having people think about the deep depth darkness? And it was on the summer solstice, the height of the year. And guess what's happening on the winter solstice? Elon Musk is sending a physical Dogecoin to the moon, allegedly. Yes. So they're at the low point of the sun, they're putting people's consciousness up at the highest point. During the high point of the sun, they're putting everyone's mind down at the lowest point. Like this is constantly being done. It's gender bending. for your mind. It's creative gender bending, essentially.
Yeah,
This
yes,
happens
and
constantly.
right. And you could say it's an antiodromia. You could say it's a consummation of opposites. I think this is the irony. I think they want to be the new writers of irony, so they have to work on a scale of cognitive dissonance that's almost abusive. But they want to be wielding irony, but they're just it's not it's heavy-handed. I'll just say that.
Well,
Um,
it makes sense because it's Mars. Mars is iron. It's your will. So there seems to be a function of irony that you can use irony to achieve your will. That seems to be what
there's yeah.
we're these are the plans of the Death Star that we're stealing from the Empire right now.
Totally, totally. Can you scroll up a little? Because the in mythology, the Eridanus River is where the one of the characters he's riding his father's chariot for the first time. He's learning how to drive the sun, and it goes bad, and
It's Helios'
his
son,
dad
right?
has to
The son
strike
of
him.
the sun.
That's it. Yep, Helios' son. He's learning to drive the chariot. His dad has to strike him down. It burns his hair, and he falls in the Eridanus River. That's exactly where we are in the plot right now. But the character himself, oh, no, no. The striking of the lightning bolt is said mythologically to be why black people are black. This is the original race baiting. But what's cool, what is really cool about it, is that Socrates designs this chariot in his conversation with Phaedrus. So there's a white horse and a black horse. And this is the original race. This is the original checkered board floor, the checkered board flag that it signifies the end of the race. And now a lot of racial things come up right here. And I think they use this as like to have us fighting against ourselves. You think that they're pitting against you against your fellow man, but it's actually your own shadow, it turns out, because anatomically, the chariot of your mind is based on a design that Socrates laid out a long time ago. And it's a white horse versus a black horse. And you have to keep the black horse is rogue rebel spirit, and the white horse is the obedient golden child ideal one, and you have to keep them, coordinate them. And you are the third spirit, you are the soul of this vessel. But it crashes in the Eridanus River. The two horses have two different colors. It's very fascinating. And then I'll say uh, the word theos means the gods. It's to believe a thing, but it is also, Socrates tells us in the Cratylus, that it also means the they are the theos are the racers. They're the ones who are wandering. They're the because the planets are running the tracks. So the theos are racing. And so the word conspiracy theorist has the word race in it 3 times. Conspirace, theo, raced. Conspirace, theo, raced. It has the word God, race, and erase in it. So the word conspiracy theorist is so supercharged with so much alchemical nitrogen. It's just ready to explode. It's ready to blow the fuck up. Um, but my point is that we're not fighting over colors. We're fighting over beliefs. We're fighting over how we see things. We're fighting over the theo, over the gods. And they have seeded the gods into our language in such a way that we trigger each other just by speaking because we don't see eye to eye on what the fundamental definition of the words are. So, conspiracy theorists, we're going to have a lot of accusations around race. We're going to have a lot of accusations around erasing history and erasing race relations. All these things, everything I'm saying should be just racing guns telling people to get to killing each other and degrading your fellow man. But secretly, it's yourself. You're actually just fighting yourself.
Slick this and on Cash App. Send this guy money if you want to support his ability to keep thinking deep thoughts. I'm going to jump back into the slides. I'm going to try to move quickly. So unless it's like can't Can't wait. Gotta get it out there. If you don't mind, maybe let's try to get all the way to the end of the plot here, and then and then take some notes, and then try to I'll give you the floor to unleash everything that might come up. Is that all right? Because we're deep. We're 4 hours deep.
Let's power through.
All right, I'm going to try to power through because there's a lot of good stuff here. So he finished giving the cosmogony of Kang, and as he talks about the point where like they became worshipped as gods, yada yada, he puts his hands together and he goes, Amen, because he's Aman, the hidden one, of course. That's another point to that idea, that theory. Then he starts talking about how Alioth came about, the giant smoke monster in the previous episode. It was created from all the tears in reality. And when he talks about Alioth and discovering it, he's in the little miniature figure of him is in the exact pose of the hermit card. Absolutely identical, which tells me that the idea of the purgatory and the going into oneself, the hermit card being associated with that episode, was definitely true. And he talks about how he uses Alioth to create the singular timeline, to isolate the sacred timeline, and through the fog and smoke of Alioth, destroy every other branching reality. So it's his version of creating a new world order, essentially. And as he's describing the new world order, this is the first shot we get where it's a really clear shot of the eye window that's behind him here at the top of the tower. So the Novus Ordo Seclorum moment in his narrative is when we see this eye. So remember, this is the third eye. This is the characters, Loki and Sylvie, are having their third eyes open, and they're having the truth revealed. And then he goes on to explain how the many variants of himself are, quote, each fighting to preserve their universe and annihilate the others. Remember how Aman is Shiva? Shiva is the destroyer. He literally just described himself as creator, destroyer, creator, preserver, destroyer. All those words were part of this narrative. Each of the variants was an inventor, so thus their creator. Now, here's what's really important. What he has done is created a system where all of the other versions of himself, all the other trinities, all the other creator, preserver, destroyers are no longer allowed to exist. And remember what I said about the one life through the cycle of bodies and incarnations, right? There's also this thing called the Nero cycle, which is an ancient idea of the savior reincarnating every 650 years, essentially. So what he says in this scene, he says, without me, everything burns. Well, in our history, as this process of the sky clock turning and the priest class competing with each other continues, the priest class would introduce a new idea, a new savior, a new place to have a pilgrimage, et cetera, et cetera. Like the turn of the age between the age of Aries and the age of Taurus, from Taurus into Aries, or from Aries into Pisces. All of these are moments in time where, from what I can tell, there were huge wars, multiversal wars. What is a verse? Verses are in scripture. So there's competing scriptures with each other. There's competing versions of the top God or trinity of gods and savior, and this causes everything to burn. So what I think is that the highly efficient bureaucracy of the TVA, the government and state together, that looks like it's just a government, but it's actually a religion too, which is what we're in right now. This is all an allegory for the Vatican, the Catholic Church, the Pope being Kang in this idea, because the Council of Kangs, which you see in Ant-Man, that's the Council of Nicaea, where they go to decide on the dogma of what the universal universal. That's what Catholic means. Religion is going to be. So what happens when the Catholic Universal Church gets set up is that we no longer have this. There's no longer a new savior every 600 or some odd years. And so there's no longer religious wars, except about 600 years after Jesus, Islam happened, Muhammad happened. So whoops, one got through, and we don't really like them very much. We the controlling class is always stomping the boot on their neck, if I'm not mistaken. But they're just another variant of this exact same system. They are a variant multiverse. So I really think that this is so important. I hope everyone's getting this, that of all the grand metaphors that this show is about, perhaps the grandest of all grand metaphors is the change from the old world of competing dogmas, competing verses, competing scriptures, competing multiverses, competing gods, goddesses, saviors, regional, competing places of worship and pilgrimage, competing all of the above. What was before a bunch of gangs of priests, gang warfare, mafia style, or whatever the case was, maybe it wasn't all so bad. I don't know. I wasn't there. Has been one ring to rule them all has occurred. And now there's just one system. You might think that there's different religions, but hey, behind closed doors, the rabbis and the Catholic priests, they're not so different. They work very closely together on many things, especially things relating to policy, like say Bolshevism, communism. Even the emergence of Protestantism was a controlled opposition in a sense. And now, yeah, science could be considered the new religion. It's a revamp of the universal system that doesn't theoretically require any kind of like warfare or fighting over who's got the right savior, although that's still kind of happening. But I'm going to kick it to Gabe now. I know I said maybe I'd try to make it to the end, but I think this is a good point to kick it over to you and see if you can expand on what I'm saying here, that like there's no more new saviors, no more new gods. We just have the one. And ever since this was set up, the TVA, the Vatican, it's been that way ever since, forever and ever. Amen.
Yeah, man. Yes. That correspondence of Protestantism is a real humdinger, especially with that image of a million kangs filling the arena with himself, because the Protestant Reformation is said to, this metaphor has been expounded on in the past, but it turned everybody into their own church, into a sovereign church unto their own household, because the book is all you need, and so each individual in ultimately after that Reformation, each individual became a sovereign king, God king, uh, of their own dominion, and that bred what is today the Protestant work ethic, which is like everybody is trying to live up to that expectation of kingship. There's so many responsibilities, burden draped onto the individual, because we are all kings, that we become like a Christ, carrying a huge burden of all the things to do, all the bills that we have to meet, in this purple robe of suffering on top of that. So, yeah, oh, you wanted to be the king yourself? Now you're the king. Look at you, Mr. Guy. So, in a fascinating way, the Protestant fallout has made everybody into individual kingships. And it's a hell of a responsibility and burden to live up to. That's pretty profound. And yeah, the Protestant Reformation it's kind of happening again. Like, you could think of, like, it's not exactly the same, but it is very similar to, like, people were going along to get along, everything was fine until they realized that these words don't mean what they think they meant. And so some guy goes and translates it into a firsthand language that you actually understand. And you're looking back at these sacred texts and you're like, wait a second, this isn't about what we thought it was. And then there's the aspect of graven images, statuary, and the fact that they had to knock some shit over because they had been led astray. They hadn't asked enough questions about the real nature of what they were venerating. And we're kind of coming up on that kind of spiritual reformation all over again right now.
Yeah, there seems to be that's the NWO thing. And that's maybe part of the deal is that this cyclical process, that 8 steps that I was talking about in Wheels Within Wheels and all that, it has to happen. So there's either it happens on its own and it's chaos, or someone grabs the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel, And I think that that's for better or worse what we see with the conspiracy in the world, things we don't like, social engineering. I think it maybe is born out of an attempt to just grab the damn wheel before this thing possibly drives off a cliff. But I don't have that fear. I think that if the steersman is there, whether or not there's a human being holding it. I think humanity has got a bit of control drama going on that we could let it go and let it unfold and emanate on its own, and things would actually turn out just fine, probably better than the attempts to control. I digress. Back to the slides. We're getting there, dude. This is great. So look at this, man.
I got to point out, isn't it funny that they called? Yeah, that's a humdinger for sure.
The exact devil
I just
pose.
want to point out that they called Martin Luther's. It's the exact same thing, dude. They called Martin Luther's theses. I think that's an interesting thing to label it, because the theses, and now we're theorists. So rebel rousers somehow become like inherent aspects of the scientific process. And I think this is telling us that we're actually in an experiment, really, that they're choosing these words, theses and theories. It's all scientific jargon. But great catch on this, buddy. And I want to say the table, again, the table is becoming significant. And now I know I keep going back to Ara Altair with everything, but the more I see it, the more significant it becomes. I'm starting to think this table, this Ara Altair, is not local to the constellation. I think the table is the entire Arctic Circle, the entire Arctic band down there, because of all these inanimate objects that keep getting perched on the table symbolically. It's like one big freaking table. So yeah, I totally... Yeah, you see how it's on the ring. It's on the Arctic ring, where there's there's Indus, there's the telescopium, the microscopium. There's another table down there, and it's the Sculptor constellation. And the Sculptor constellation is literally a little 3-legged sculptor's table with a bust or a head carving on the table. This is looking a lot like John the Baptist's head, if you ask me, because it is in Aquarius. But I think everything down there needs some sort of table, because because it's all inanimate objects. This is the Magi's table. The magician needs all of his accoutrements and all of the elements of air, earth, wind, and fire at hand, ready to command. And so the table just keeps presenting itself, and I just never want to neglect it, because because it means alter, it means change, it means to go through a process. You're in an alchemical process, and here this table has chains on the table, so there's something about the exchequer, the point of exchange, having to do with the table.
I don't know, because what's under Capricorn would be really hard to see from the northern hemisphere. You'd have to travel for it. So it could be like that black that black cube could represent.
Yes, that's Earth. Actually,
because it's like
no, I think you're right.
They're at the bottom of their perception. They can't see lower than that in the sky.
I think you just said it. You totally just solved the riddle. The table represents what's under the skyline that you can't see. A perfect example of this is
Yeah, dealing under the table. There's deals happening under the table.
dealing under the table. Yes. And now I hope everybody's paying close attention because this is so rewarding. This is so totally rewarding. Okay. So I've been corresponding Pegasus to the tower. Okay. And in and it works because of course of the paperwork and the Pegasus squares where all of the accumulated information for all things written are here. So it's the sacred information piles up and is stored in the top of the tower. Now down here is Hologium, that is a clock tower, and they both signify one another. They're pretty much, I think Pegasus is more Capricorn. Definitely, it's all of Aquarius. It's all of Aquarius and even part of Pisces. But underneath the table, under this line, down below, parallel to Pegasus, while I can see Pegasus openly, but underneath simultaneously is where the Hologium constellation is located. And this is literally a tower. And so I've been associating the tower with Pegasus because it's up here where I can see it. But subconsciously, under the table, there has been a tower constellation that is the clock tower of Hologium.
If it's a clock, that's Kronos again.
Yes. But I think that's really fascinating that the things that we see are animated, lively. You expect them to move. But what's under
I forgot that you're big.
In the southern hemisphere.
I'm gonna bring us. Sorry.
And yes, but what's in the southern hemisphere is all dead things, all inanimate objects, things that we don't give them much airtime. We don't talk about them. They're not popular. They're taken for granted, much like the older Loki was hiding out in inanimate objects. But I think all those inanimate objects are in the underworld, under the table, under the horizon, where you can't even see them from the northern hemisphere, giving them more value, more because they're taken for granted, but we know that they're there. They're floating around in the unseen realm, even more so. So yeah, under the table, I think is the metaphor I've been seeing, and it's just coming at me hard and fast. I think you just nailed it because of the skyline.
There he is on the table. He's definitely the devil card. And I mean, obviously he says you came to kill the devil as he's doing this squat. So it's pretty much on the nose. There's really no question about it. And so after he tells them this, he says, he says that he keeps them safe. That's the safety of the chains of slavery. It's the safety of not having to choose, which God is for me. Well, there's only one choice, the government. It's the avoidance of the unknown. He's covering the table. That's the unknown under it. What's under the table? This is what the government offers, and why Babylon exists is because people want to feel safe from the unknown. They want something between them and the wider reality and their own infinite potential. They want something to tell them who they are for them. It's very helpful. It's the eternal question of is God inside you, inside the circle, or is God outside somewhere unknowable? And that's the big dialectic of philosophy that only I think a person can answer for themselves. But once you have the experience and reality of what it's like to try one way and the other, I think you'll have an idea of what the truth is. And he says that's after he gives it the whole speech, and that's the gambit, which I don't know if you're aware of this, but gambit means tripping up. It's the exact thing this is irony. Okay. When he says that's the gambit, he is expressing that what he just did was Socratic irony. And it might have seemed like he was giving a big elaborate statement. It might have seemed like he's tripping up by revealing his whole hand, telling them the whole truth. But this is the opening move where you offer a piece of your chess pieces, or you start a conversation that seems like you're giving ground, but it's really a ploy for greater advantage in the long run. That's what a gambit is. A gambit is shorthand for Socratic irony. Okay. So it's iron, it's Mars, that's the tower. He's off, and then after he does his gambit, he says, you have two choices: stifling order or cataclysmic chaos. You may hate the dictator, but something far worse is going to fill that void if you depose him. A dictator literally means to repeat over and over again. That's what the Nero cycle is about, repeating incarnations of this savior. He says, I've lived 1,000,000 lifetimes. This is the only way, because he's Jesus, the way, the truth, the life, the Demiurge. So he basically says, you have two options. You either run the TVA for me, or you get infinite devils. And that's the big ironic moment as well, because the whole thing they've been fighting against is trying to bring down the TVA, and now they find out, oh, we have to actually manage it and run it. We know what it really means. This is what happened. This is what's going on. And you're going up the Kabbalistic tree. They're on their way up to Kater. So as they're on their way up, their choices are, are we going to do this the left-hand pathway or the right-hand pathway, essentially? And then he says, I'm tired. This game is for the young, the hungry. So I've talked about this in the previous episode a lot, but like your creative energy is actually a function of hunger. A vessel is as useful as its emptiness. The way that the Vatican religions and etc. have, and like even just the way people parent their children, that causes their exuberant, enthusiastic, divine spark, sacral energy to get characterized as bad or naughty. That affects people by giving them reflections in the outer world and in their inner world, where all they get are bad or bitter options. Like the metaphor here is, life is a big buffet, and if you've been trained to be picky, that there can only be one, then when you get to the buffet, even though there's infinite choices, it all sounds like shit. That's kind of my best job at doing the metaphor. Or another way of considering it is, if you're already full and you get to the buffet, nothing sounds good, right? If you don't have the clearing faculty of your sacral chakra, which is not just about what you put in, it's about what it puts out. You know, the most base or biological aspect of that is food goes into the sacral chakra through the pey, through the mouth, gets to the sacral chakra, and then it comes out the root, you know, when you're done with it. And that's part of the function as well. And if that channel gets blocked up, you can be in real trouble. You become empty as much as you can if you want to be as creatively powerful as you can and as in love with life as you can. Like Epicurus, hunger is the best seasoning. And I actually had a really good session. It was like the 4th or 5th session with this particular client. And we had worked every session, we'd worked on clearing out built up frustration and resentment energy that can get piled up in the sacral chakra. And for her whole life, she had problems with digestion, and especially when under stress, like say traveling. You know that person at the music festival that goes from Thursday to Sunday and never has a bowel movement the whole time. That was the kind of, predicament that this client had found herself in. We worked on it. We made improvements right away, but after like the 4th session or the 3rd session, she was able, she told me she's traveling again, or she had recently traveled, was eating road food, emergency food, stressful, high busyness experience, and that she had bowel movements every day. So that was like, I knew this, but there's a huge connection to frustration or feeling frustrated or feeling resentful with this sacral energy. And that's anyway, where are they at right now? He's fed up. He's full, tired, where he says, I'm tired. Read, I'm full. I'm full of this. And
Nice.
This is basically my way of trying to explain the sacred timeline is the sacral timeline. It's that Sad Yod and Yod Sad thing. So another secret of Yod is that Yod is 10. And this guy, he's obviously say 10. Am I right? The male and the female is 1 and 0. Hole in the hole, that's 10. It's the generative powers, that's Yesod, sacral. It's what Yesod is made out of. So yeah, that's all happening.
I
Jumping in,
gotta
Gabe.
mention, yeah. For one, to put the word young and hungry in the same sentence is definitely uh, poking people
Chronos.
in the yeah,
Chronos
and
eats
they're
his young.
poking. Yes, yes. This is also going to hit the. There's a word that is an anagram for Corona de Hermes. The Corona de Hermes is an anagram for adrenochrome. And so this is totally running parallel to that in some people's ear, just to pack on the triggers on top of the triggers. Because he's talking about being old, he's talking about the youth, and he's talking about the hungry, he's talking about eating the youth.
Okay. Oh man, you're gonna love this weave. So then there's this long sequence where there's like rumbling thunder, and he's like looking left and right as if he's seeing stuff that the others can't see. Gabe found a YouTube short where somebody took the moment in Spider-Man, the Spider-Man movie, Spider-Man 3, the not Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3, but No Way Home, that one, where there's like all the different Spider-Men are together, right? And there's this scene where the multiverse gets ripped open by Doctor Strange having a spell go wrong. And it seems that moment is what he's referring to here and what he's noticing or hearing. And he says, we just crossed the threshold. So the crossing the threshold is a reference to fully opening the third eye and ascending past the crown or into the crown, Keter. At this point, the scales have tipped towards chaos and infinity and possibility, which is why the next scene right after this, there's love. Love opens up because love is infinite possibility. In the restriction, fear, there's only one thing can happen. That's how fear operates. Love is like anything can happen, and I'd be fine with it. You see how this relates to what I'm talking about versus pickiness, fullness, the Highlander aspect of the Christian church. There can only be one. And he says he knew everything that was going to happen up to 10 seconds ago. Secrets of 10. Sad Yod, secret of Yod, secret 10. He no longer knows what's going to happen. So this is the end of the irony age, the Iron Age. The irony of Kang knowing what's going to happen before it happens has ended. So now we're crossing the threshold into the next age. You see, it all fits together. The irony age. And outside of the tower, when he says that I have no idea how the rest of this is going to go, how this infinite potential is expressing is that this circle that's circling the tower, the Saturnian ring, starts having branches come off of it. This is the moment the tower is struck with lightning. See? Tower, lightning. The dendritic pattern that is common to trees, lightning, rivers, blood vessels. All these things are symbols of the supreme being, the pattern, the pater, the father, the all father. That's so it's not just lightning, it's all the other things that share this pattern. But that seems to be what the overall fractal nature of reality is. It's like a hand with a hand means yod. It's a hand with out of each finger, a smaller hand is growing out of the top of the finger. And out of each tiny finger on each tiny hand, a smaller hand is growing out of that. It's the way branches come off of a tree. That's the essence of the creation. That's what it is. That's what we are on some deep fundamental level. So the restriction that they were in is now ended. Tower has been struck with lightning. This is the cathartic, climactic learning experience moment. And they have to decide either you help me, take over the TVA, or kill me and I return. That's what he says. So if they kill him, one of his variants will just come back and this will all start over. So he says, I am inevitable. I can't do anything about it. So help me or kill me, but if you kill me, it's going to get ugly. So Loki's path, if we recall, is the dove, which is passive love, means non-action. Let God become you, or let God use you. So he's willing, he's considering the possibility to let Kang use him to do what Kang says. And then Sylvie is on the active love path, which is this is why there's this weird mirroring. I don't know about the left hand, right hand, because Loki's on the path to actually end up becoming God. So I guess that's more of a left hand path idea. Sylvie's on the path of I'm going to kill you no matter what because I have feeling. We've gone over this a lot. I'll just jump ahead and point out that he is inevitable with either choice, the left hand path or the right hand path. He's a tear, which, by the way, if you do the S and the K switch, which is allowable with philology, Kater, the crown, top of the tree, is actually Soter. It's the same word as Soter, just Saturn. It means savior. So now that they have the entirety of the time loop comprehended, they have higher learning, which is one of the meanings of the Tower card. And the liberation aspect of the Tower card is also evident for He Who Remains, because he's now free of the predetermined fate. That's what the P rune, Pethro, in runes means. It's fate. And I think there may even be... Oh, go ahead.
Can you go back to the last one? I just want to point out that the recipe on the chalkboard behind him is written from right to left, which it's in my eye is implying that, of course, it was the people who write from right to left who did it. I just think it's fascinating that his master plan, the writing on the wall, is telling us that this was not written in Western language. This was written in an Eastern language. I'll just leave that open.
That's good stuff. So they're having this debate of, the dove versus the serpent. And I think it's interesting to consider how a lot of people believe that the golden age of Saturn, that Saturn ruled the golden age and it was an anarchistic time. Who knows? But basically, the argument is, she says, you believe a bazillion boogeymen are going to show up just because we give people free will? And isn't that the argument that everybody makes about why we need a government? Now, I get it. I think something in the middle makes sense somewhere, like some kind of governing principle, maybe. But I also trust that even if none of that was around, everything would be okay. What I see is people that don't necessarily have the ability to reasonably handle their own conflicts in a proper diplomatic way, which is what the legal system is supposed to be there for. But I also think that if all this attempts to control the wheel, steer the wheel weren't there, then people might have not received the type of conditioning that makes them unable to resolve their own conflicts without a third party mediator. So it's like, I don't know, it's a chicken and egg scenario, but the adjustment card is in the balance. The universe is in the balance. He wants to wait. That's the passive love. He just keeps trying to wait. And this is the alchemical marriage moment. So they're having this fighting, but it's like erotic fighting. It's that spark between Eros and Thanatos that goes on. Literally, the sacral fire, the divine spark, the erotic spark is between them as they're having this argument. She wants to know.
Yeah,
what.
I got to bring the fornax into this equation. The fornax is like a little furnace in the wintertime, indoor furnace. And then this is them getting it on. This is them finally working out who's gonna come out on top. They say that Lilith and Adam were arguing over who's going to be on top. But the fornax and the fornication is also signifying the winter because, Chance, did you notice that the fighting moves, the aerial assaults that they did, were ice skating? Those were ice skating moves. And he said, I've been alive a long time, a lot longer than you think. This is in the winter season of life. We're coming to the end of the scene here, and the ice is about to crack. The whole walls are filled with cracks. So somebody's going to fall through the ice here. This ice skating fight scene is very explicit to me. And then I just want to bring the image of the icicles back into the from her sword. This pineapple has these little icicle beams coming off of the edge of it. But I'm seeing a lot of just fun ice metaphors here as they are harmonizing in the choreography of the fight scene. But the Fornax constellation just keeps coming up. It keeps proving itself out that they're processing their lust, metaphorically speaking.
Totally. The tower path is also about testing your desires. So it's like a card. It's a phase that represents being careful for what you wish for, because it might not be what you want. And think about how that relates to the pay, the mouth. You know, you might think you want to put that in your mouth, but you might regret that you did that, or you put too much in your mouth. And yeah, she's like, why aren't we seeing this the same way? It's because they're right and left and right. You know, they're in different perspectives. It's Hod and Netsack. Also, Loki says, you can't trust, I can't be trusted. So there's another immovable force or unstoppable force, immovable object thing going on here, which is what pillars are, is what pillars represent. She feels too strongly to diverge from her path, so she's Netsack. He thinks that they need to wait and contemplate, so he's Hod. And Sylvia just wants victory no matter what, which is also a Netsack thing. And then here's that moment of kill and throne and all these things. She's like, kill me, take your throne. Like, that's what she says to him. Yeah. That's what she says to him. And Loki's like, no, I'm not going to do that. But you see how these ideas are totally simultaneous in this episode. And then here we go. They have, she's going in for the death blow. Seems like she got the upper hand, and Loki teleports right in front of her, and he's got her blade at his neck, and he says, stop, 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 stop. So this is the moment where Narcissus sees his reflection. They're really close. And this is the moment where they're going to feel love for each other. They're about to share a kiss. So it's Echo and Narcissus, because he says stop like 4 times. That's the Echo. This is the Narcissus moment again. Excellent. Right? It's totally there. He echoes it. And then what do you use to kiss? You use your Pey, your mouth. And according to this Hebrew gematria, Pey, one of the things that this can represent, because Pey, even though the letter Pey by itself is 80, when you spell it out, it's 85. So when you're getting into 85, which is how Pey is spelled, now you also have an idea like the edge of a sword, which is fascinating. Also the womb, that's the sacral center. Like, there's so much incredible consistency to all of this in terms of an overall system. It's very, very interesting. So then she stops and they put their Peys together. I should have looked up what's 160. What's Pey?
Chance. Their Pey rents. This is Pey rents. They've come together. Okay, they did this in the last episode too, where they to beat the big bad guy, they had to come together to join their fortune. to fight off the smoke monster that's paying the rent. And then there was this big electrical discharge and the smoke clears and they can walk through the portal. Well, here at
They had to
the
do it with their
culmination of
yods or
this,
their palms. In the previous one, it was with their yods and their palms, because that episode was about fortune, and that card with
nice.
palm and the grasping, and the hermit, which is yod, the hand. So they had to come together with their hands
So
before. Now they have to come together with their pay because they're in the tower.
so they're getting by hand to mouth. They're surviving hand to mouth. The pay rents are just getting by, surviving hand to mouth. That is a hell of a weave. Now the pay rents, I just
It
want
gets
to say,
better.
we talked about it before. It's also the rents. This is the rents. We have to pay your insurance. You got to pay your rent, and you got to be a good parent. Where you're constantly washing your hands of the situation. We are so forgetful already as humans, but our language is helping us be very forgetful. We're constantly rinsing. And so the paying of your debts every month is helping you to forget. And it is soothing. It is very, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying be careful what you're rinsing out, that you don't get overly hygienic and brainwash yourself is what I think I'm getting at.
Well, we got to keep that in mind that they're parents from this point, because let's just think about that as we go forward into season 2. Whenever we get to it, I might take a break. This has been a lot of work, but we are going to do season 2, because like the whole reason we started this is because season 2 was so wild when it came out. I was like, oh, we have to talk about this, but we had to do all this groundwork to get there. I'm glad we did, because holy shit, this has been some valuable research and weaving. But point being, this is fascinating because this kiss is the climactic moment of the entire season, right? This is the moment. This is the climax, the orgasm, the little death. And what happens whenever they fully open their sacral energy? They fully open their desire and their hunger for each other. Their erotic spark becomes the most powerful it could be. The secret of Yod, their Sad Yod. Time dies. She stabs him. Whenever they see you see this whole weave has been leading up to this moment. The fully open, uncontrollable, hungry, desiring, like, I want this moment more than I want anything else. Like, if you can actually adjust yourself to the point where all I want is right now, time can actually die. You can be free of it. If so, it has to do with like loving life, loving where you're at, full acceptance, everything. Like, there's a lot of, I don't know the trick to make time actually stop, but this is the metaphor that's going on here. And also, after the alchemical marriage, it's the fall. This is the moment of getting kicked backwards through the door. This is the fool moment, falling on his ass. He's gone from, he had the whole world, he's at the top of the world, the universe. And now he's cycling back to the fool, all the way from the end to the beginning. And yeah, she kills he who remains. He's like, see you soon. This fall of man that's instigated by the woman and the serpent here. I really feel like there's something going on right now with Pluto wavering between Capricorn and Aquarius next year that we're really gonna feel something going on with Pluto next year. It's never gonna be in Capricorn again for our whole life. So like what's that gonna feel like? I don't know. But she also falls backwards. So after this happens, she also falls backwards. So she's reset back to being the fool. And behind him, you see lightning striking the eye, lightning striking the tower. It's just like the Demiurge has been described in the Nagamati. They're the new Demiurges. They just don't know it yet. They don't fully comprehend their power. Technically, Loki is the new Demiurge, interestingly enough, because he took the left-hand path, which means he's the one becoming a god. And she becomes his instrument. And then we see...
I want to weave on this. Okay,
Almost
okay.
there. Let me just wrap it up. Let me just get to the end of the slideshow. So then we have Mobius and B15. They're seeing the sacred timeline branching out. This is sin has entered the world, because the sacred timeline is destroyed and now sin has entered the world. That's the fall of man. We just saw the fall of man. Man and woman both fell. And if you notice, he falls first. She gets him to eat it. She causes his fall. That's like, it's the Adam and Eve story, dude. And then he winds up back at the TVA, finds Mobius. He has like a very sad moment, teary, sad boy moment. Not important. He finds Mobius in B15, and then we've never met him before. He's gone from the end to the beginning. So this is definitely like Iron Age to Golden Age. We're back at the start. And we see, last shot of the whole season, that the timekeeper statues, the 3 statues of the timekeepers replaced by a Kang statue, 3 have become 1. We've done it. This is like this is the 2 become 1. This is the 9/11. This is 2 pillars becoming 1 pillar, essentially. That's what happens. The end. Loki season 1. Holy crap.
Hell yeah.
We did
it. Yes. Nice. So the stab scene where she stabs him, I just want to point out that the stabbing sound was suspiciously flawed. It was like it was, yeah, the sound effect that they made was suspect AF. And I wouldn't have picked up on it if I didn't have in the back of my head that myth about Lord of the Rings. They say that the actor who played Sauron was a Nazi hunter in World War II, and that he gave the special effects team like in-depth analysis on what the sound of a man getting stabbed should actually sound like, because he has firsthand experience as an assassin. And so there's this glorifying of Sauron in it's a stage myth that he actually knows the sound of stabbing somebody. Well, this is the opposite. It's like it doesn't sound like he's really getting stabbed. And so the reason I picked up on it is because we're being shown one thing, but but we're being shown one thing, but something else is being implied by it.
Are you
It's
talking
just
about
an
Saruman?
inconsistency.
Talking about
The
Saruman,
actor who
Christopher
plays
Lee.
Sauron. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, just
Yes.
because Sauron is the big bad, and he's not really got an actor. He's just a suit of
Oh,
armor. Just wanted to make sure.
thank you.
Okay.
No, yes.
So, I didn't know
Thank you.
that about Christopher Lee.
Yes, he was apparently in an elite sect of
The RAF.
Nazi hunters.
Okay.
Yeah. So this will come up later, because this stab sound effect, it will get looped again in the future. So like, I didn't know that the first time I saw it. Now I finished the series, and I know that the sound effect is actually going to come back and be seeded again repeatedly. And it's just I'm making a note because it might come up in a weave later. Can you bring forward the most recent that I sent in the telly to you? I just got 2 little graphics, and we can fly.
All right. This is our biggest weave of all time. There's only one graphic in here that's new.
Okay.
But
yeah. I'll send a second one here. Yeah. So this is the moment of her vengeance. This is vindication. She's getting what she's been dreaming for. And so this is her getting her fornication on. And in a really dark way, let's just gender switch the whole thing. The female gets to penetrate the male. That's really what happens in this murder here. The female gets to penetrate the male. And now when we come back, I'll have more graphics on offer for everybody. I think we're seeing elements of the movie Seven, in the 7 deadly sins and the different people the different forms of killing. I think I can disseminate the 7 deadly sins film onto this film, and we can see some echoes. And I just want to mention the stabbing of this guy. I think has a hail back to the 7 deadly sins in a fun way.
Especially with
part where he says
and him being like a murder investigator, and he's the 7.
Yes, yes. There's something really fascinating going on around the movie Seven that we can weave in later. But I want to mention that power vacuum that was mentioned. When the people in control, when you take them away, something worse is going to come and fill the vacuum. And then the thunder hits, and he crosses across the threshold, and he's like, "Oh, it's all in the air now. I knew everything up until that point." Well, that episode came across my radar right when Kissinger passed. And when Kissinger passed, a huge power vacuum opened up psychically in the realm. And so I just want to associate Kissinger passing away in correspondence with the idea of what's going to come fill that power vacuum. It's a very fascinating question. And so I just find it so gratifying that this was the big curtain moment, and the curtain scene of The Wizard of Oz corresponds to the pineapple, and the pineapple corresponds to the sword that just stabbed he who remains. And we know there's more beyond that. There's going to be a nice plot twist coming forward. So yeah, I just had to correspond that with our guy Henry Kissinger here, because he's got the anger in his name. It's the kiss of anger. You know, so fascinating what that character, how much animosity was packed up into him, and he represents 100 because he lived to be 100 years old. He made it to the centennial. So yeah, very fascinating. And people should go look up Derek, the gematria guy, because he did a decode on his death, on Kissinger's death, and the gematria is replete. It is completely replete throughout the death of this actor on the world stage. And then, can you bring up the last one, Chance?
Yeah, man. I never thought about
This is
Kissinger
the
as
scene.
kiss of anger because it's funny because we're talking about the tower, and the tower is ruled by Mars. The letter Pey is mouth, and mouth in the letter Pey is the symbol in Hebrew for Mars. So it's the kiss of anger
Awesome,
because Mars is,
awesome,
your anger. Wow.
totally nice, man. Yes. Um, So this is my read on this scene here. Remember that earlier we had Renslayer kicking Mobius down the steps, down the stairs, off of a platform. While she walks out, she's like nice and collected, and she's going to find free will, and she's going to exercise her free will. She kicks Mobius down the stairs. Uh, Parallel to that, here is Loki getting kicked, almost like you mentioned. You picked up on it earlier. You said it earlier, Chance, that there's an inversion going on. That in here, it's the opposite of Renslayer. It's Loki falling through the void, losing his free will. He's just lost free will. It's the exact cathode to the Renslayer anode. Now, what I'm picking up on here is very subtle. Look at the power cord on the floor. You see how there's a little power cord there? Like, there's no details just accidentally slip into the scenery. That power cord in my read corresponds to Yaldabaoth. And this is reinforcing the presumption that Yaldabaoth controls the world, because uh, the power cord is the creator. It's the creative it's how we make things go. It's how this illumination on the stage can even happen, is thanks to Yaldabaoth, this strange power serpent that is subtly seated in the scenery in exactly the subconscious level. It's like a snake on the ground, this power cord. So I just picked up on that little tiny detail, and I know that Yaldabaoth is in the tower card. So I corresponded it graphically. But then this tower that I used is the tower from La Reine La Chateau, up on top of that building, which corresponds to the castle that they're in right now. And next to that tower is this little square chimney. And on the square chimney is the castration scar of the Mickey Mouse three leaf clover symbol. And sure enough, Loki is experiencing a castration right now. He just got his power removed from him, and he's going through the Thoth Deck Fool card ceremony, falling backwards, much like Damar Hamlin. Um, but yeah, this is his fall from the tower. This is his his fall from grace, and the January 6th. Okay, yes, of course, the January 6th. Ashley Babbitt was sent in first. She's the one with the drive, with the need for revenge, the one with a bend for vindictiveness. And she stormed the Bastille. She was the one who paid the most deadly price. And this does correspond with Princess Leia from Star Wars, when Princess Leia is in a shootout in a hallway, no less. It's exactly the same. It's blocked exactly the same way. She blasts a hole in the wall and she infiltrates. She's the courageous one. She penetrates and takes the hit. She goes into the trash compactor scene. The trash compactor scene is a tower scene. It's the tower card instilled into the Star Wars. It's the same mechanistics of the plot culminating at that climax. And so the storming of the Bastille Tower, the January 6th, and this moment where our Loki just got his ass handed to him by a woman. She superseded him in combat, much like Ashley Babbitt was female military, and she got made an example of. Now she's got a book bag with a pause sign on her ass. This is the book of Pausanias. These are the books of Cleo, who is the muse of Pausanias. They were writing history with this Ashley Babbitt ritual. And I just had to put all these things into context because they do stack onto what the tower means.
For sure. Sylvie is the Ashley Babbitt because she's a scapegoat. The TVA makes her a scapegoat, and she's all obsessed like with charging the Capitol, finding who's in charge, burning it all down. Totally. And in a metaphorically speaking, in season 2, we'll see how Sylvie just wanted like a nice quiet life, a proper, you could call that like her proper burial, her eternal rest. And Ashley Babbitt doesn't get to be buried in the National Cemetery. She's barred from her honorable death or her honorable rest. Damn. We could go on and on, dude. This is, I think, the longest we've ever I think this is the longest we've ever gone consecutive hours. Just two people keeping it going. Like, and we had to hurry. Like, there's so much in here. It's endless. This could just be but I love it. Marvelous Demystifiers is getting more and more fun the more we do it. I'm really into it. I will take a little break though. We'll probably return in January with season 2 analysis. And then other than that, we'll be back to your regularly expected InnerVerse and Vibrant episodes. I just had to get this whole season 1 Loki off my chest because the more we worked on it, the more spiraling into infinity the analysis got, and it had to be done. Oh shit. PK says 160 is about Cain. That's the son of Adam and Eve. Of course. You know, I wanted to look at 160 when I was looking at the Pey, touching the Pey, the mouth on the mouth. Take good notes. Send us what you get, PK. We'll bring it into the weave whenever we do season 2, because we're going to be thinking, who are the children of Adam and Eve in this metaphor now that we're in season 2 and we've crossed from the fall, and who's Noah and who's who. So Gabe, you ready to bounce? I think I got to.
I'm just about there. I wanted to tease everybody just to keep people hanging until the follow through. Could you pull that last one up? This is the direct. Yeah, man, this is the one. Now I'll be quick about this, but I'm just setting people up to anticipate. My Enneagram project is a perfect fit, and I'm really benefiting from these theories giving me a lot of positive feedback. Here, I got to show this book. I think this is the plans to the Death Star. This rapid story development by Jeff Lyons. This is writing with the Enneagram in mind. And I'm discovering that I was quite correct all along, that they are using this system for social engineering, and we'll expound on this in the future. But basically, the fact that Mobius, number 7, has this fixation around the skidoos, we talked about this in the beginning. I believe that this is a metaphor for Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance, where the character in that book has a past life that he has forgotten. He went in to get psychologically operated. They zapped him, and he forgot his previous self, and he named his previous self Pausanias. No, Phaedrus. He named his past self Phaedrus, who is the number one speaker in the symposium. So the relationship between the number 7 and the number 1 is all revealed in a most magical way if you plug Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance in for Mobius's fixation, because he's in denial of his past self, who would be Phaedrus, number 1 personality type in the symposium. Now that I know that that's the building blocks, I can unpack the entire recipe for the rest of the characters in the entire film, that they're in denial of their past and striving for a future, an integrated personality type. And we'll see if that's how it turns out in the end. This is how we can test film to see if it's an integrating experience for the watcher or if it's a disintegrating experience for the watcher. And that is to say, we can actually determine if the film was beneficial for society or if it was detrimental for society. And I know that's a bold statement, but I think we can systematically measure, test, and give positive or negative results on whether your whether your immune system benefited or not from consuming this film.
It's a bold statement. Do you remember the name of the jet ski company that he works for in season 2? It's Piranha Power Sports. It's a PP. Oddly enough.
Whoa, what a trip. So, and that's a consumption. He's a glutton, and piranha, or his shadow is glutton, and piranhas have gluttony. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's totally perfect. All right, guys.
Oddly enough, yeah.
Hell of a show.
There's gonna be
Hell
more.
Of a show. I can't wait.
Some of our finest work, man.
I can't wait to see what.
Yes, let people know that you
for the chat. By the way, I always am.
Guys, the people who hung out this whole time, and or a lot of it, let someone know that you like this. Because they might be a little intimidated seeing the length of the runtime, or they just thought, oh, it's about something dumb. It's about Marvel. I don't care about that, because less people come to class on these days. But I think they don't realize the mistake they're making. That the stuff they like about this channel is actually dialed up to 11 when we do these analysis. Like, it doesn't get more deep end. This is the deepest of the deep end. I know you guys who are currently here realize that, and that's why you're here. But maybe let somebody know. Maybe just share your thoughts or review or comment on the video below the video. All of that. I bet half of you or more have never even watched this show, and you've been here for all 6 Loki episode analysis, and you dig it. So I know that we're on something, dude. We're on some good shit. Gabe, I love you. It's a lot of fun to hang out with you as always. Can't tell you how glad I am that you're my good buddy, that we get to do this. What a cool life.
Love you too, buddy. Much love, much respect, y'all.
Good night, everybody.